Snowflower and Songyun hanging out in the bottom lane. Snowflower is going to be able to take out that pink ward, which always feels good. Feels good to kill those pink wards, you know?
Does it?
It does. It does. You've denied vision. You got a little bit of gold.
Spent 5 seconds killing it.
Yep. Nobody stopped you. That's great.
Well, this is going how many Longzhu games go, with that nice early game cushion. It's just their teamwork when it comes to actually closing games has been notoriously poor. And while Africa had a rough start to the season and have slowly gotten better over time, proceeding to their big second round robin, Longzhu has been terrible in the second round robin overall. And even though they've maintained their ability to get early gold leads, they have not developed an ability to field the necessary team members and have the teamwork to actually close out games.
It's been kind of bizarre. Another engage from Ixu onto Expression. Songyun right there. There's a collapse coming in from both teams right now. Lyra stopped up in the jungle a little bit. Expression has a flash on the wall. Pure takes a magical journey. Whoa! Expression nearly died to that boomerang blade. Looks like Africa Freaks are going to get a turret out of this.
Obviously would want to ult back into that situation.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Could be avoided, but quick rotation here coming from Africa, sending everybody into the top side. Chaser tries to get a kill. The Mickey's on top of it, gets out of lane. And
Chaser following here.
Forced the heal, very nice.
Yeah.
He had the Lamb's Respite, so got a summoner.
Yeah, very close.
So what Africa did right there is they just punished Longzhu because Longzhu was trying to open Bard up onto the map and get him roaming by Fury freezing near his tier 1. And that's how they got the Bard into the jungle on the top side the first time to get a kill onto Lyra. So they just totally abandoned it. They know they're not going to take too much damage on their turret, and Africa just all-ins in the top side, knowing that if they tried to make a play bottom side with double TP, especially Coco would show up. So just make a play around the enemy teleport instead, take the turret, just take some gold, free gold basically, and they don't lose too much damage on their bottom side, and they get most of that wave too. So nicely played there from Africa.
Well, they cut a lot of the lead that Longzhu had with that play too. They're down to about 1,000 gold behind now, as opposed to about 2,000.
Yeah, certainly a winnable game for either side at this stage. Now Chaser, pretty hefty advantage, starting to zip through the jungle with those boots of mobility and stack up his Devourer.
Yep.
There will be seen.
He's sneaking around, but not too sneaky.
Well, you're not sneaky if you're seen most of the time,
Nope.
Doa.
No, you're not. Although, what video games have taught me is that if the little eye in the middle of my screen is dark, it doesn't matter where I'm standing. Nobody can see me.
You know what video games taught me is that if I'm seen, I can put a cardboard box over me, and they will forget that they saw me.
That's true.
And not be worried anymore.
It's really easy.
Even if I'm a deadly secret agent.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, it's just a box.
Like, I wonder what happened to that guy, that deadly secret agent that I just saw. He probably just left.
I'm pretty sure that box in the middle of the floor has nothing to do with it. It was there the whole time.
I shouldn't be worried, you know. Deadly secret agents frequently appear for no reason and then disappear, right? It's not like they're sent in places intentionally on a mission.
No, they just kind of, they're funny that way. They just sort of like to show
They give up really easily.
They just infiltrate for fun, you know? They like to do that like splits thing where they're like, they've got one foot on each side of the hallway and they're just like waiting for people to pass by and they just come down behind them and knock them out.
Then they just leave.
Those silly secret agents. Knocking out guards and then leaving. I have a quota, you know. Knock out at least 3 guards a day. Hey, the blue buff went to Coco this time.
All right.
Success.
Successful transfer.
Nice. Way to go, Chaser.
Taking the wins where they can.
You've done something that most junglers at level 25 can do. Well, never mind. They're not giving any mid laner blue at level 25. If they knew what blue buff did at level 25, they would totally give it to the mid lane.
All right, nice invades here from Chaser, but you know, Lyra's still picking up farm here and there and able to press this lane out all the way to the tier 2 if they want in top side, and that's going to give them a few options. They have to be a little bit careful due to the number of teleports.
Whoa, Songyun taking a lot of damage here. Here comes Chaser to try to finish him off, but Snowflower with the disengaged Braum ultimate. Tempered Fate used, but no way to really finish Song Yun off, so that's going to be the end of that. This turret should go down in a moment of fury.
Should, and Chaser and Pure back to defend the mid lane as best they can. Lyra not going to get too close here to Fury, just clearing out some minions at the end of the line. Longzhu transitioning immediately into a dragon. It's been a pretty interesting game so far from both sides.
It's been a bit back and forth, but Longzhu has kind of maintained that lead now for most of the game. And that first dragon just helps kind of extend it now. Tied up in turrets, back to that 2K gold lead. Still could go either way, but Longzhu overall playing pretty well today.
Yeah, but again, we expect this in the early game.
Sure.
Now it's really up to the Freaks to show that they have improved over the course of the season, that they're able to play from behind and close out games. And Longzhu, yet another early game lead. They're number 3 in the game at gold leads at 15 minutes in this league, yet they are 7-9. So their ability to close has not been there. And especially with a lot of the games that we've seen recently from them, it continues to really not be there.
Yeah. And if Africa do lose today, I think that eliminates them from playoff contention, doesn't it? I believe it does.
Yes.
They would be unable to reach as many wins as Samsung.
No, they would if Samsung loses to Kongdu. So there is that little bit of an asterisk there. But that is unlikely to happen. So for all intents and purposes, we can consider this a pretty must-win scenario unless Samsung really chokes in their last match.
Well, Mickey's been doing a good job of chipping away at that mid lane turret all game, hasn't he?
Certainly has, and that'll be another nice gold swing, but Fury's been putting on the pressure, and they have decided that Pure and Fury are going to be up at this top side, so they need to match pressure on the bottom, just trade objectives, but Sivir just not there with the wave yet, and Maokai have to back off. Looks like Longzhu just a little bit ahead in tempo right now on the opposite side of the map for the pressure. Lyra coming up, though, with the Rift Herald buff.
Yep.
So now they're in a really good position to go ahead and take a tier 2. Maokai has already backed off, Chaser is there, and Longzhu continue to press forward. Now, how far are they going to be willing to base race this? Africa arguably has the faster push. It's close, though.
Yeah, turrets traded on each side. They've got Expression there in bottom lane to guard. It looks like Nicky's finally going to get his mid lane turret.
All right, so we're not going to try and trade inhibs at this early point in the game. Instead, they're going to just try and save their tier 2 by a mass recall. No wave, so it will be 2 turrets for 2 turrets in the end, but Longzhu's going to get a tier 2 while Africa just takes a tier 1 in the mid and bottom lane, so our gold difference remains exactly the same.
Pretty much. So a little bit behind on CS, but it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Now Mickey going for the Stinger first into, or rather the
Nash's Tooth,
yeah, which builds out of a Stinger. And now with the needlessly large rod, so definitely going aggressive.
See where he goes with this. It's probably going to be a Rylai's. I really think that when you have 280 carries, you need to play the mid lane as your for utility, get the slows in, allows you to create picks better, allows you to peel just that much better too. You don't need damage, you just need peel.
I think Mickey still wants to do damage. If I had to guess, I don't think he accepts no damage. I bet that's going to be a Zhonya's or something.
Well,
he's
an Azir. He's going to do a lot of damage, no matter what he has. Ixu checking on the red buff, clears out a pink ward, but no Lyra to be found. Not going to get very much information.
Well, Fury is trying out.
Here we go.
Yeah, going in now. They're going to collapse onto Snowfire and Song Yun. Song Yun pops that Sivir ult right away. Here comes the teleport for Afrika Freaks. Ixu coming down the bot lane, and Longzhu's going to go ahead and back away. Snowflower connects with Expansion on that Q.
Wow, Ixu should have canceled his TP. That was really sloppy.
There's really not a lot they could do. Do you think they can maybe pressure the tier 2?
Well, it's just weird because remember the Sivir ult only triggers if you're around Sivir now?
Right.
Since they made those changes, so not really going to be engaging there with the Maokai. A little bit of lack of coordination this year. Wasn't there to make the ult play to knock people back towards his team.
That's right. The Freaking Freaks couldn't do anything to stop Longzhu from taking their blue buff, but Mickey getting in position. They want to maybe make a plan that's tier 2 in mid lane.
The waves are in a good place for them to make plays right now, but not going to get that much. Time Winder and the Glitter Lance making quick work of the minions in the mid lane.
Right. Another wave coming in. And Africa Freaks trying to catch up. If they get the turret, they will.
Nice stun.
That's right. Stun comes in on the Snowflower. He backs off. Longju trying to engage here, but that's a ton of damage coming back the other way.
Oh.
Whoa! Lyra nearly picking up a double kill with that collateral damage ultimate.
Lyra's
That
so
was-
good at Graves. You see
Yeah.
the quick draw to the side, trying to get a kill. He nearly gets a double, actually,
That was
when the
very,
dust
very
settles.
close.
So the kiting from Africa is extremely good, and it's hard to get to that backline. Meanwhile, you can see that Sivir really justifying that first pick, considering how much damage she can do.
Well, Snowflower still got stunned there. Had to back away. Very low health now. And Longju, for the moment anyway, has defended their tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, but Africa needs to back off, clear out the side waves now. They realize that. They're going to break off the siege, get some recalls in for the time being, and then just leave Sivir or Azir in the mid lane to prevent their mid tier 1 from going down.
Yeah. Defend the mid lane turret, and it looks like they will for the moment. Dragon back up in about 15, and Longju, maybe kind of identifying that as one of their win conditions, is getting those 5 dragons.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty late this game, all things
Fine.
considered, because the first dragon came in not too early.
Is Longju afraid of that, though? That's what you need to ask yourself. They probably should be, shouldn't they?
Longer the games go, the more likely Longju is to throw.
It's true. Longer the go, the more likely the throw.
That's true about most things in League of Legends right now, considering death timers.
Yeah.
You only have to make one mistake to throw the game now.
And we've seen it happen many times.
It's another t-shirt idea for me, Goa.
Yeah.
The longer games go, the more likely to throw. Like, goes with those who think buy a pink.
I like that one. I like that one. What if you just put make it like one of those anti-drug T-shirts from the '90s, like think, buy a pink.
I like those who think buy a
Award.
pink.
You think so? You want to make
Yeah.
it more sort of like a philosophy quote? kinda?
Exactly, because if you say
see.
think buy a pink, you're telling people to think. But if you say
Think about
tho-
buying a
those who think buy a pink, means that the smart people, the thinkers, are the ones who buy the pink.
And you
right?
want to be a smart thinking
Exactly.
person.
I think it's more motivation,
I see.
right? It's less commanding and more like, I would like to be a smart person and buy a pink for it.
So subtle.
Well, see, this is how you could tell I was an English major.
There you go. The subtle manipulation of the English major. Yeah. I see how it works.
Moments like these.
Ah, yes. Really put it to good use. Well, Dragon, about half health now. Longju going for it. Will they be able to do it? They will. They'll get it. Fight comes in. No major engagement from either team. Magical Journey taken by Longju to escape here. Chaser a little bit caught out. Going to take some damage. Snowflower flashes from the Bramald. Don't really get a lot done with it. They force a flash from Fury.
Well, he got flashes out of Fury and Chaser,
Oh,
which
Chaser
is
too,
absolutely
yeah.
huge. That was actually a really good bomb ultimate. Because if they don't flash, they're basically caught in that choke point and will be annihilated by Graves and Azir.
I don't
and
see
Sivir.
kills coming out of that ultimate, Monty, so I don't know if it's that good. Just saying.
Well, it's going to be hard for them to defend without those 2 flashes.
They're losing a lot of health on that turret, that's for sure. Freaks moving back in, wanting to get it. Chaser doing a lot of damage. And actually, Expression coming from the side now, getting chased away by Lyra. That Graves is not somebody you want to mess with right now. Keep waiting for the collateral damage to come through and just blow up Chaser here. It's a little bit low.
Well, he'll be able to Kindred ult himself, so probably not going to
That'd
happen.
be a pretty
but
fast reaction.
I believe in Chaser. He's mechanically pretty solid. Well,
Teleport
TP,
coming in.
I don't know about this. This is no Expression cancel.
Run away!
Wow, that was awful.
Yeah, that was not
The
not
Azir turret is
greatest
still
idea.
up.
파랑팀의 포탑이
Well, not anymore,
파괴되었습니다.
but
I don't know.
what is he going to do? Like, run through the Azir turret? You really don't want to fight them in that scenario, and you especially do not want to complete that teleport after they've already gotten to the other side of the Azir turret that is cutting off your reinforcements.
Just really wanted the blue buff.
Really bad teleport right there.
Yeah.
At least he got something out of it.
I don't know. A TP for a blue buff, that's not ideal.
No, especially when there's a Maokai on the other team who can now create picks with the rest of his squad.
Yeah.
You can't really split push or else 4 members of your team could die. Africa has a huge opportunity to make a play here.
Teleport's still up for Coco. We'll see if Africa Freaks can use that opportunity. They're still about 2,000 gold down. but the longer the game goes on, the less that 2,000 gold deficit matters. And, you know, to Africa's credit, they've kept it at 2,000 for the last, like, 20 minutes now.
Yep.
Oh, Fury trying to go in onto Ixu here, taking a lot of damage. That Maokai's not too tanky yet. Sapling drop, there's the flash. Pure couldn't quite get there in time. Oh, but Tempered Fate lands. Are they going to get a kill out of this? Ixu pops the ultimate. Doesn't look like they'll be able to make anything happen.
No more reinforcements, and with Lyra there, it's not going to translate that into it. Oh, but nicely done. At least they get a summoner. Pure is opened up on the map. Now, I don't know why they've assigned Ixu into the lane with Fury when he should just be trying to lane against Expression right now. Remember, he's got a bunch of MR and no armor yet. So
you don't send the guy with no armor against an AD carry. That's
no armor or really no damage, right?
Yeah.
And you want to make the ideal here is to use your teleport to make a play onto Fury. And that way Expression can't respond, not like send him into that lane to get chunked out, lose his flash. Now he didn't know that Fury was there, to be fair. He was standing in the brush being sneaky.
Sure. No, they're going to try to make a play on Ixu again. Ixu just trying to teleport out of there. And they're going to go up and go for this Baron now, actually.
They saw two people on the bottom side, why not?
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for the bot lane from Longzhu to get there. Expression coming in. This could get messy. It already is. Baron's so low. Who's going to take it? Mickey gets the first kill of the fight. Baron does go over to the Afrika Freaks. Now can they win the fight? I think they probably can. Yeah, chasing Expression. Coco forced to ult himself. Fury just not even getting to be a part of that one.
All right, I'll give Afrika some credit. That's what they were trying to do by sending that Maokai to the bottom lane.
I guess so.
That was the play they wanted to make from the beginning. So well done. In the end, they send him back down again, and Fury's like, "Hey, Pure, why don't you come down here? The Maokai's down here again with no flash." And Afrika's like, "Well, we could do a really fast Baron with Azir and Sivir and Graves." So that was a good play, and Afrika definitely being a step ahead in terms of that lane assignment. So that was the right call, absolutely.
Really couldn't have worked out much better. Already get one turret off of that Baron, and they're probably going to get a second one here. Almost certainly. Yep, 2 turrets already from Baron.
Yeah, really nice. They get a kill. There's no possible response. Longzhu has to go into a messy 3v5. Afrika showing that they've learned how to play the map a lot better, and now they're running circles around Longzhu.
Yeah, just like that, a 3,000 gold lead now.
I mean, Expression's parallel convergence was really poorly placed too, and yes, they get the Bard ultimate down, but Chaser is just pushed off of the Kindred, or that was a Kindred ult too.
Right.
It's Kindred ult right there, and it's pushed straight off of the Kindred ult, meaning that makes it quite easy to finish him off. And they have the right targets called, kill the jungler before they commit to finishing the Baron. Nicely played by Afrika.
Yeah.
To Mickey's credit, that was one of our questions. Is he going to use the Azir ult well around the Kindred? And the answer there was yes.
Yeah. Just scraped people right off of that ultimate with his soldiers.
Soldier scraper.
That's right. Trying to defend their inhibitor turret. Might be tough. Although Afrika having a little bit of trouble sieging. Expression split pushing in the top lane in the meantime, as we just saw.
Fortunately, I don't think they can keep up this siege for too much longer. Ixu is going to go back. They don't have TP, so that's going to end things really for the Afrika Freaks, unless they want to be overbold, which they don't. They are not overbold.
I don't think so. Well, not right now anyway. They are in many other occasions, but not at the moment. Mickey is pretty much one of the most overly bold players in the league, so they have their moments, you know. And they have their first dragon now, too, at 28 minutes. So very unlikely that either one of these teams is going to be able to get a 5th dragon. But the stat boost for Afrika Freaks is certainly a welcome little buff.
I think Ixu is really itemizing too heavily into magic resist. I think basically you only have to have a cowl, and then, like I said, with now that he has the MR scaling, and then you can build Frozen Heart. Yeah, especially with the 280 carries, I think this is a bit sloppy, and his job should primarily be not split pushing against the Echo, but looking for TP plays to try and kill Chaser and Fury. So I don't really like this build from Ixu, in as much as I think it delays the necessary armor items too long.
Right. Now he's landing against the person that he wants to land against, though. He can certainly handle the expression.
Yeah, especially with the Spirit Visage. But he's just not designed to be a split push threat right here, so why even complete it?
Well, the Freaks still putting pressure onto Longju, and one of the things that we've talked about them being so good at in the second half of the season is closing, which is exactly what Longju has struggled with. So can Africa follow through here? They've certainly turned it around in the last few minutes, going from 2,000 gold down to about 3,000 gold up.
Africa just looking like a top-tier team here in Korea these days. There's no denying it.
They really are. All right. Longju thinking about going in on this one. They dropped the Tempered Fate, but no engage from Expression. That turret taking a little bit of damage, but not very much, actually. And the Afrika Freaks have to back away. Bottom lane is pushing, so somebody's going to need to deal with that eventually to get it moving back towards Longju. You would think.
Yeah, I do think Africa has benefited enormously from the shift in the meta to tank top laners, though. When you don't have to have a great carry top laner.
Tempered Fate catches Mickey. Expression coming from behind. They lay down at the parallel convergence. Mickey gets stunned. Could be a little bit of trouble for the Afrika Freaks. Expression already backing away, though. They're going to turn it around. Nice Braum ultimate from Snowflower just to keep Russell Longju from coming in. And the Afrika Freaks hold off the engage anyway. That's a teleport down now in favor of the Freaks.
Yeah, no kills either. Longju fails to execute as Africa gets out. They even land the Bard ult and, like you said, the Echo stun onto Mickey, but they just can't get enough damage there to kill him.
Here we go again. Expression trying to dive in. Doesn't quite find the angle he's looking for. Ixu getting low, though, taking a lot of damage from Fury. That lack of armor really hurting. And the Afrika Freaks have to back away. Baron up in about 1:40, though, so you don't really want to get in a fight and lose all your map pressure right now.
Definitely do not.
Yeah.
Instead, they're going to fall back. Their mid lane turret is still up in the tier 1 position after 30 minutes of play.
Not bad. Might not be up for much longer, though.
Yep, Longju sees at least an opening where they know Africa needs to recall right now. Get some damage down to their turret. Africa is going to stagger their recalls, but they have a minute now to push out their side lanes and really start to prepare for this Baron.
Right. Only 1 minute until the next Baron. Africa got it in a 5v3. Longju, I'm surprised that we're not seeing Longju move back and kind of ward up around the Baron pit a little bit more here.
Yeah, they might have had to go back for the wards, but grab a couple extra pinks. I didn't check their inventories before they recalled. But
same.
In any case, they will have time, and they will have that slight advantage from delaying the recalls of the Freaks, but everybody's got 40 seconds right now, so plenty of time, and this is probably going to be the big point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if Longju can't win a major fight here, it seems unlikely that they're going to be able to win much for the rest of the game. Got a chance, though.
Africa doing their ward clearing due diligence. Pink ward already in the pit. What is that ward skin?
Which one?
The ward skin of the pink ward in the pit.
I didn't see it. Oh, what?
Ah.
Oh, I don't know, man. It's like, looks like a dragon.
Is it?
Probably. Yeah, it's a dragon coming out of an egg. That's what it is. All right.
So
it's intimidated by the Baron right now.
That's horrible. So people killed baby dragons to clear wards?
Yeah, 5 shots to the head, man. That's what it takes.
Wow.
To kill that baby dragon.
Damn. That's some harsh
5 taps to the dome. Goodbye, baby dragon.
That's a harsh way to deal with the dragon infestation of Summoner's Rift.
It's like, welcome to the world. Tell people what you see and then die. That is a grim ward skin right there, man.
It's messed up. It's really messed up.
Yeah.
Riot supporting the killing of infant dragons.
Yeah. Baby killers. Saw it here first. We don't make this stuff up. We only report on what we see. Ixu versus Longzu in the bot lane. And the TVs are up for everybody now. Here comes Africa. They're going to go for the Baron. They're just going to start it, man. They don't care, yeah. Teleport coming in from Ixu. He's going to join his team. Longzu looking for an angle. Tempered Fate goes in, stops the Baron cold. Sivir ult used. Expression, the rest of Longju looking for an angle. Back onto the Baron goes Africa. Culling Hughes blocked by Snowflower. Nice block there. Expression trying to get them back lines, doing quite a bit of damage. Bramalt comes through the middle, and Longju has to disengage. Snowflower very low. How much did the Baron heal? Quite a bit, actually. This is dangerous. Fury's still full health. Mickey looking pretty good too now. Not until right now. Expression goes in. Wild's Growth keeps him alive for the moment. Desperation move. Longju getting taken down, though. That's 2 kills, 3 kills for Africa Freaks. They don't get the Baron, but they win the team fight, and that's going to mean they can take anything they want.
That was actually really well played by both sides. You could see that Longju was just trying to use their ultimates to delay that or stop them from doing the Baron as long as possible. But Africa, even when Snowflower got super low, which just said, all right, we're going to keep doing this objective. Chaser's not going to get in there.
They get it, and they get Fury. This one could be
Chaser.
all but over. Lyra chasing down Chaser. Wolf and Lamb.
Yeah,
They're both kebabs now.
they got the lambs.
Oh, goodbye, Coco. He tried. He tried. I'll give him an A+ for effort there.
You would be one of those people who gives A's for efforts.
Sure, yeah. Well, for effort, like to get a kill like that, yeah.
No. I only give A's for execution. That was a D.
Yeah, well, you know what? Execution starts with E, man. So we're both on the same page there. One of my greatest league moments was when I blindly fired a support Vel'Koz laser over the wall and killed Lee Sin and Tribrush.
So let's take a look at this, the end of this fight again. So you see the Barrel of Convergence come back through. Expression gets a nice stun, and they immediately drop the Lambs Respite to try and save Expression, but unfortunately all 5 members of Africa are standing on it, and they can't get in there to actually do much of anything at all. So even though Mickey is going to die, it's still enough damage just to go ahead and take out this Baron. And at this point, Longju has nothing. Remember, the Culling's already been blocked by the Braum shield. Fury's got nothing to do right there. Jason's going to hop out, but Lyra still has his flash, and easy pursuit with the quick draw coming up immediately thereafter to chase down the Kindred with no ultimate. Yeah, that Chaser's Kindred ultimate right there, I thought it was okay at first, but it was definitely not okay on reinspection in that fight.
Looks like Africa's going to vote Chaser as the MVP of their win. Thanks for the ult, bro.
Really appreciated that 5-man heal you gave us.
It's nice. What a considerate individual.
Considerate Kindred.
That's right. Kind Kindred.
Gives you the mercy of death.
I don't know if that's really the kind of kindness you're looking for.
In the perpetual cycle of immortality and life and death that is Summoner's Rift, where no one can truly die, I think it would be a mercy to get killed.
See, it's hard to be an avatar of death when there really is no death.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you don't get a lot to do. Several Hughes, Africa moving in. They want to take this inhibitor turret, and they will do it with very little trouble at all. And why not? Take an inhibitor too. See how much they want to push this. Their top and bottom lanes are not really going in their favor at the moment. But that's 1 inhibitor down.
1 down, 2 to go.
That's right. Yeah, being an avatar of death in Summoner's Rift is pretty tough, man.
Yeah, people don't die, but they keep dying actually, and then
Well,
they come back and then they die again. It's like so much more work.
Some come
The
into
Grim
it.
Reaper has it really rough.
Oh, Mickey finds the ult onto Fury. It's topped up in midair with the Tempered Fate. Slam dunked into the ground, though, after that. Wow. Well, that's going to be another inhibitor. That may be the game. Without Fury, that's just not a lot of damage coming out of this Longju team. Ouch. Longju with the last-ditch effort to stay alive in this first game. Africa down early, comes back, closing the game out well. Expression trying to make plays, can't quite do it. There's 1 Nexus turret down. Coco trying to come from the side up top, firing those glitter lances.
Oh!
Whoa! Collateral damage. Picks up another one for Lyra. And that is going to be it. The Nexus goes down, and Africa Freaks, they get the game 1 win. Their playoff hopes are still alive.
That's right, they were down early, but again, we see Longju unable to convert on their leads. Africa really playing the map well in that game, taking a couple of Barons off of having that Maokai down in the bottom side and TPing right back up. Excellent knowledge of their limits here, and they really grown as a team, and the proof is there. The proof is there. They beat everybody but Rox, and of course SKT in the second round robin. They've shown that they are worthy of elite status here in Korea, and they continue their role. If they can close out a 2-0 tonight, that's going to be very encouraging for them to get into the playoffs. At that point, all they would need is a 2-1 win over CJ, and they get that spot.
It's insane.
Instead of Samsung.
It's insane to think about how far this team has come in the second half of the season. They've really become a force to be reckoned with. And Longju, again, their season's already basically over. They're not making the playoffs. And so, at this point, it's just kind of more of a battle for pride. We'll see what they can muster in game number 2. But a great start from Africa. That was a fun game.
That was a really, actually well-played game from both teams.
Yeah, that's right.
Except for Chaser and his ultimate. That was not so good.
That didn't help either. He feels it too. He knows, man. So when we come back, we will see if Longju can tie things up against the Africa Freaks, or if Mickey will find a new and amusing way to die right before his team gets a 2-0. We'll see. My hopes are high. Gets Cork in the next game, maybe. Maybe we'll see it.
Valk into
That's right.
the darkness again.
He's got a package for you, and it's him. Merry Christmas. Well, Coco does not look thrilled after that game. Can't blame him. Everything looking good in the Africa booth. When we come back, guys, game 2. Don't miss it. OGN Champion Spring will be right back after this. And welcome back to Champion Spring, and Lyra getting the MVP for his 2-1-5 Graves. Did a lot of damage, didn't he?
He did, and in spite of him having, I think, a pathing mistake in the early game that led to that invade where he lost to Bob, still overall good play from him, especially as we're going to see here. It's just so good mechanically as a jungler.
Watch him escape this. It's
Well,
amazing.
It's the way he maximizes his damage on the escape, too. Did make a little bit of mistake there, Stutter stepping back into the W, but Flash right there and allows Songyun and Mickey to do work in that choke point. Let's take a look at Lyra again right here. Where is he? Oh, there he is. At the back of the pit. So just making sure they can secure that. Does whip his ultimate.
The Afrika Freaks are really good at just stealing the Kindred ult for themselves this game.
Yeah, well, that's also Chaser playing pretty badly. Unfortunately.
Bye.
And you know what? This was supposed to be Chaser's meta, right? This is supposed to be the meta where Chaser is going to shine. He always wanted to play that Nidalee, even when it wasn't really part of the meta game. He's been excellent mechanically. He's been a very good team fighter for the most part, but something's just not clicking.
Yeah. I mean, and that statement kind of applies to all of Longzhu. Something is just not clicking. They've got a lot of talented players on this team, in this organization, but the synergy just has never been there.
Well, Chaser did a good job of getting them leads, getting them vision in the early game. His pathing was a lot better in the early stages.
You could point to a lot of good individual performances on Longzhu. That's for sure. That's been true all season.
True.
But team performances, not so much. Going to game number 2, we'll see if they can clean it up a little bit. But at this point in the season, I'm not going to put any bets on it.
Are you not?
I am not.
You're not a betting man? Well,
Not
we are
on
going to
Longzhu.
switch sides. This means Longzhu may also have to ban the Zed now, depending on how worried they are about that champion.
Could be.
Poppy falling all the way through the draft in that last game, but I think that's the reality right now that Poppy is, again, she's not even nerfed yet. We're on 6.6, so it's just the reality is that Maokai is so efficient as a top laner, even if you fall behind, he still offers so much when it comes to playmaking on the map.
True. Lissandra, the ban after the Twisted Fate banned out. You know, Callista also falling all the way through the pick ban last game, too.
I think that's a little weirder, but with the Sivir being, I think the Sivir is rightfully the highest priority AD carry right now. It's not like Lucian is bad, but of course, the Callista is weaker when you're in a side lane split pushing by yourself or trying to farm right now. She's not
That's
the same
true.
duelist that she used to be since her attack speed was moved to when she has her Oathsworn there. So she is somewhat vulnerable now, more vulnerable than other AD carries when left alone.
All right, Elise, the other ban, coming in. Interesting. Huh, that's a little bit of a puzzling one. Banning the Elise. All right, Corki, the final ban for Longzhu. Why would you ban the Elise? I mean, obviously because you don't want Chaser to play it, but still, it seems strange.
The question, it's probably because Mickey wants to play a specific mid laner.
Oh, could be. See that?
Because that will eliminate a lot of the gank pressure on the mid lane.
So what do you think it would be then?
I don't know. I do not think Longzhu should first pick Echo.
Malzahar. Maybe he's going to play it. Mickey likes to play that kind of thing. Likes to play the crazy picks once in a while.
Echo's certainly strong, but I just think Maokai is more first pick worthy in the top lane. At the
It's
current
kind of
time.
odd, yeah.
But Expression did do well in the laning phase, and that's been one of his strongest suits this season, has been playing well in lane. And I was going to take away the Echo, but that leaves, of course, the Graves up again for Lyra. Callista, still available. No,
Alistar still up too.
yeah, no Jace ban. So I think maybe I don't know why you would switch from Maokai to Poppy when both are up here. I think you just go ahead and take the Maokai and then take the Alistar.
Callista. All right.
No, with the Sivir ban, take the Callista. So Callista, Alistar, perfectly acceptable.
Yep. It's a good bot lane for the Afrika Freaks. Let's see what the response is going to be for Longzhu. They can just grab their bot lane now. If they don't want to reveal a whole lot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, to find a decent bot lane to 2v2 with against Kalista Alistar, considering that they have banned the Corki themselves, which can do well in lane against the Kalista just due to the strength of his early trading.
I mean, Braum Lucian isn't bad.
Yeah,
It's not going to win, but I mean, it doesn't win that matchup, but it's not bad, you know?
Yeah.
Just good old-fashioned Vayne Blitzcrank. There you go.
That's right.
Yeah.
You just hook him while you stand next to the wall. Vayne tumbles and then nails into the wall with the Condemn.
Yep, then you knock him up with the Power Fist. It's an easy kill in lane. Italy and Ashe. Okay, so they can go for some hard engage on the AD carry.
So big comp that they're building right now. So are you going to take the Maokai is going to be the question, because the Maokai obviously is going to be quite strong against an Ashe. Targeted CC to get into the back line.
You know, mid-Master Yi would benefit from not having an Elise on the other team. Just saying.
Mr. Yi.
Mr. Yi. We've seen it before.
Well, though, we're not going to see it today, unfortunately.
Probably not.
So the Poppy here is nice, at least against an Italy. You can deny the first pounce with that stalwart presence.
Whoa, Kha'Zix, all
Okay.
right. Sweet. Now, where is he going? Do you think that's our mid lane?
That's going to be a jungler. So, interesting.
Maybe.
Let's talk about the Ka. So, Kha'Zix got some buffs on 6-6. Has a slightly lower cooldown on his Q and his W by half a second and 1 second each, respectively. So, it's definitely a good pick for Lyra. He may just want to try and get that Nidalee alone and just straight up kill her, but it's been a while since we saw that Kha'Zix pickup. And maybe there's something about, I don't know, but maybe there's something about the Elise Kha'Zix matchup in the jungle that's very unfavorable for Kha'Zix.
Could be.
I guess a question is whether the Spiderlings count against the isolation bonus that Kha'Zix has. That is a very interesting question.
Very
I'm going
strong.
to figure out.
All right. Well, while you do that, as long as you goes for a lot of arrows, Varus in there, as well as Ashe. Excuse me. So, a lot of hard engage. And possibly the Azir for Mickey once again, hovering over it, but we'll see if he actually locks it in. Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, he did fine on it last game. It's going to be trickier to play this game with a melee jungler as opposed to a ranged jungler. It's going to be even more important that he uses his ultimate properly. And with Coco going back to a poke composition, there's definitely a lot of poke and pick. If you land the arrow, you can use the Chain of Corruption immediately afterwards just to follow up on that. Make
True.
some easy combos.
Oh,
and
baby.
You got to expect that coming in against a Varus.
Oh,
But-
baby.
Oh, that's less
Oh.
exciting.
LeBlanc. Not the Zed.
Playing with our hearts. The last time Mickey played LeBlanc, though, he got some nice kills in the laning phase, but then really got picked off very heavily, played sloppily, didn't actually have that much of a presence on the map. Whenever he tried to roam, he would just die, and that was really quite bad for the Afrika Freaks. It was a game that they could have easily snowballed and won, but Mickey making some cocky plays and not respecting where his enemies could be cost them pretty significantly.
Well, that's kind of always the risk with the Africa Freaks, right? Is Mickey just going to go ham and throw? So we'll see. We will see if he can hold himself back from doing it this game. Maybe a certain amount of cockiness coming into it with this LeBlanc, but Africa Freaks, they really need this 2-0.
Yeah, the Elise ban is really still puzzling me. There must be something about the Kha'Zix Elise matchup that I am not familiar with. I will go and speak to professional junglers later and see exactly what it is. Sure, Chaser's a great Elise, and yes, they would have a lot of pick potential, especially with the Varus and the Ashe, but could have known that draft was coming through. Curious.
All right.
Very curious, Doa.
Well, we'll See what they've got in mind. Africa going for a little bit of an unorthodox pick despite the buffs this patch to try to get their second win against Longzhou Gaming and secure their spot, or at least take one step farther anyway in securing their spot in the postseason. We'll see if they can pull it off. Longzhou versus Africa Freaks. Can Africa get the 2-0? Let's get in the game and find out.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you.
And welcome to Summoner's Rift for our second game of the day. Africa Freaks versus Longzhou. Africa looking for the 2-0, looking to put themselves one step closer to the playoffs from a position that nobody ever thought they could get here from. It's been really crazy.
Yeah, and I love it. We're going to see Lyra and Mickey have to work together, but damn are they going to be dangerous in terms of burst damage and pick potential on Kha'Zix and LeBlanc. Also, they can both hop over walls, so their mission is going to be to kill Chaser. And whoever else they can
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
successfully find on the map. Very, very curious indeed.
Whatever you say, Kha'Zix. He's having a great time. It's like, yeah, I love saplings.
Okay, so he's going to go for a full damage build. We saw in his Keystone Mastery that he actually has Storm Raider Surge this game. So it's about finding that isolated target, bursting them super hard, and then chasing them down with the huge movement speed buff and slow resist that you get. Really interesting choices here.
Makes sense.
Well, I've never seen this Kha'Zix skin before. What, is he a flower?
It's a newer one.
I like the Egyptian one.
That one is pretty cool. I like the Mecha Kha'Zix.
Nah, Egypt is better than Mex.
What about Egyptian mechs?
Oh.
That'd be pretty sick. Yeah.
I could go for a Robo Horus. I'd be down with that.
Look at my Robo Horus. My Robo Horus is amazing. We'll see what Lyra can do on this Kha'Zix. It's been a while. It's been a long while since we've seen a Kha'Zix in Korea. Welcome back, Kha'Zix.
I love Kha'Zix as a champion, so I'm
Yeah.
excited to see him back at the very least.
He's fun to watch. Chaser having that kind of rough game last time, too. He's going to be feeling the pressure here.
Yeah, the thing, though, about this Kha'Zix is his clear speed really isn't up to par compared to some of the other junglers that we're seeing, so he's going to be a little bit slow compared to the Nidalee. As you can see, he's about half a camp behind right now.
Yeah.
But Gromp is great for Kha'Zix because Gromp is always alone.
It's true. The Gromp lives alone and dies alone. What's up, creepy head?
Doing a good job of trading with Coco. Coco has to be super scared. If those chains land and a Kha'Zix just leaps in from the side, Burst is absolutely crazy. He's taken Barrier this game, so at least he has some sort of over-shield against the combined burst of Kha'Zix and LeBlanc.
Yeah. Well, Lyra going into the enemy jungle, searching for prey. But Prey's not playing today. Rox Tigers are playing later this week, so not going to find him. He is a flower. He's like a plant. He's a plant bug.
I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't get it either, but I guess Zyra really isn't played right now, so we need another deadly plant option.
Do we?
Well, I mean, Maokai just came back, so I guess we kind of have it already.
So the Kha'Zix coming back up to the top side. Some more farming. I expected more from this Kha'Zix, though. I'm really sad. I haven't seen any ganking yet, any invading, any kills with the Ignite in the mid lane that Mickey has.
Maybe we'll see it soon. Snowflower checking out Tribrush.
A man can dream of a world where Kha'Zix and LeBlanc ruthlessly murder everybody on the map, where they start invading the jungle, killing cougar ladies.
Your dream may become reality very soon. Or at least in like 20 minutes. Hopefully sooner if Africa Freaks want to win this game, though. Otherwise, not a lot going on. Just farming across some maps and waiting. Yep.
Indeed. Waiting ever so patiently for Expression just to TP back into lane. The nice thing, though, about, of course, the Echo in the top lane is at least you can go back and buy without having to necessarily use that teleport. Just ult right back into lane and continue your harassment.
That's true. Once he hits level 6, he can do that a lot more. Chaser just hanging out in the bot lane for a moment, waiting for a possible gank here on this Songyun and Snowflower. I doubt he's going to go in. They have no idea where Lyra is right now, so...
There could be a flower bug lurking.
It's true.
In any brush.
It's a deadly flower. While Snowflower goes in, that's going to be a 3v2. Snowflower and Songyun on the run now. Summoner heal used, flash used by Snowflower, so that engage did not go the way Africa Freaks wanted it to.
No, a little bit of a sloppy trade right there, especially since Kha'Zix had already recalled on that side of the map, knowing where they were, and so they make an unfavorable summoner trade. Too much to be lost right there, though. Expression duking it out.
Wow, they go right back in onto Pure. Pure taking a lot of damage. A flash to the Rend. Pure solo, Ignite ticking away, but it's not quite enough. Now Snowflower the one in trouble. Songyun has to zone for his support. It was a close call, though.
Tiamat first.
Oh, nice. I mean, I guess it helps you with your clear, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely does help you with your clear, and it now has the passive clear, or cleave, excuse me, back again. So slightly lower damage, but does have that AoE, so it's definitely going to help him out on some of these camps. I like it. But interesting, getting that before even completing a jungle item, though. I wonder what he's going to go. Lyra, the Lyra lurk is in full effect right now. We'll clear out the ward with the Raptor buff, and we may see a big fight right here. Longzhu
possible.
Might have some trouble, actually, in this engagement. The burst is really high.
Expression taking a little bit of damage, gets that shield. Chaser comes over the wall. Lyra turns it around. There we go. Kha'Zix jumping in. Expression, though, gets the first blood. 2 kills for Longzhu, and Africa not really coming out on top of that fight, to say the least.
No, not at all. And the reason why is that Lyra just jumps over the wall with an exhaust on him that Pure got there in the nick of time to lay down. And he just needed to back off right there with the exhaust. He just wasn't going to have the damage, even against the isolated target, to kill Expression. So a bit sloppy, and now they're down 2 kills and 1,000 gold. Well, let's take a look at that one again. I mean, this looked good at first, but of course with Pure just getting on the roam a little bit faster, Alistar just not there yet. Watch Lyra, gets on top of Chaser, does some damage, hops over, flashes over the exhaust on him. He's not going to win that. He just gets wrecked by the Expression passive proc.
Bug splat.
It was a flower bug splat.
Different kind of bug splat than we're used to.
This is we get...
That's
You know, the sad thing is, Noah, we're probably going to get more Windows bug splats in this entire season of Champions than we are Kha'Zix deaths.
Probably. That's probably true. We're way ahead now. It's 1 to like what? 4 or 5?
Oh, way more than 4 or 5.
Jeez.
Probably like 10 at this point.
Man, there's a lot of bugs.
A lot of bugs being splat.
Yep. Freaks moving into the jungle. Pure is right there, though. W used.
I do think that the Africa Freaks have the right idea, though, right? You're trying to punish the low mobility of Varus. You're trying to punish the tier 1st build and start to get an advantage. And a great way to do that is to take away the blue buffs so that Varus has less control over the minion wave. Start to play aggressively. Unfortunately, Snowflower just wasn't there in time to make a big difference in that team fight. Had Snowflower been there at the same time as Pure, probably would have been looking at a pretty different outcome.
Yeah.
So poor communication from Africa leads to that. Longzhu takes an advantage because they have a man up and they have that exhaust to go ahead and use on Lyra.
That said, Mickey way ahead in the mid lane. CS-wise, anyway. Not as much ahead because of that kill that went over to Coco, but still. Dominating it for the moment anyway. Oh, Ash Arrow used on the Snowflower. Chaser comes into, but the Fates call. Guess what? Pretty good at saving supports. Oh, but Songyun in trouble. Flashes used. Snowflower tries to pulverize to save his AD carry. He's going to get taken out. A kill for Longzhu. They wanted Songyun, but they'll settle for Snowflower.
There's that pit composition coming on through.
Yep.
Snowflower not quite 6 yet. Pure was. Even though the Fates call was available for Songyun, it's just not enough to actually save his support. Somebody has to die right there, and Snowflower chooses to let his AD carry live.
What a nice guy. It's going to mean possibly a bot lane turret going the way of Longzhu too already.
I saw this last game, Longzhu
we
jumping
did.
out to a couple thousand gold advantage, but they just could not convert it into a win.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
I feel like it's looking a little bit tighter this time, though.
It is, but and also the Kha'Zix pick, now that the Kha'Zix is behind, and there's an exhaust on the enemy team, you really wonder what exactly Kha'Zix and LeBlanc are going to be doing in the late game, because that burst damage is going to be pretty heavily mitigated by itemization from Longzhu.
Yeah. It certainly seems that way.
Needed to get an advantage, needed to get those ganks off early, otherwise it's just Coco stacking up its here.
You know, by going Chilling Smite, Lyra just seems like he wants to find people and kill them
That's
off,
what they have to
but
do. I mean,
Not a good start.
he and Mickey have to find some openings here on invades into the enemy jungle to really make this work. Come around again. They do have a level 6 now, so maybe they can dive a turret if there is a defense here on the bottom side. Lyra is going to wait in a brush.
A lot of damage. A little bit of damage anyway done to that turret. Snowflower slowed down by Pure. Here comes the engage. Teleport used. Snowflower knocks Fury back right into the Kha'Zix. There's a kill for Songyun, but here comes Expression. Ixu coming down too to zone out. Chaser chases Snowflower. Fate's call brings him in. They're going to throw him maybe back against Expression. Nope, Snowflower wants to live. He decides to back away. Coco is there. Q over the wall. Doesn't hit anybody though.
Really
And,
late exhaust there from Pure. I
yeah.
think Fury could have been saved if he had actually just committed to using that exhaust immediately onto Lyra, but that wasn't the case, so top laners trade TPs, but Africa Freaks come out on top, and now maybe they could just answer with a turret and nearly clean up this gold lead right now. They got a lot of work to do on the tower, though, and not any help, so Time Miner will be enough to take it out. Mickey.
Whoops. Wow.
Big chunks.
Yeah. Not picking the best place to recall. Coco able to stop that. Just make Mickey's life annoying. But that's what Africa needs to do, though, is get those kills early on. We got one. So it's something. Wow. He's not afraid. He's like, yeah, I'll take it.
They do move Fury up into the top side now, trying to put some threat down on this turret with both the AD carry and the top laner of Africa. Sitting around the bottom lane. Ixu does not have to stick around for that, but decides
anyway.
to share in the gold. Could have perhaps recalled sooner, because now they're going to open up an opportunity for Longzhu to actually take this turret. Chaser sees a chance, so he comes up as well. Actually, he's not going to. He's just going to play some wards and go for the Krugs on this wave. Africa really needs to get out of this bottom side of the map, but alright, they're just going to trade a turret for a dragon, looks like.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's going to give them the first dragon of the game, which is definitely important. Didn't see anybody get close to 5 dragons last game, but the buffs are nice.
Buffs are nice, though, I agree.
They are. And the Africa Freaks do have that 60.9% win rate when they take the first dragon. Longzhu. Not favored to win. Really, who is after they lose the first dragon?
Yeah, you're going to see a pretty big discrepancy there automatically. But
Some teams, it's really big.
yeah, KT is huge.
Yeah.
They
KT's like
take-
95-36 or something.
Yeah, it's really bad for KT. They are a team that is pretty reliant on dragon stacking.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely are.
We'll talk more about those statistics in the next game, though, because coincidentally, SK Telecom has the highest first dragon rate in the league. So that might prove some problems for KT Rolster.
Certainly might. Well, Longzhu just pushing this mid lane now. Not a lot the African Freaks can do about it. At the moment. Trying to stop it, but it's taking a lot of damage. Wow, Snowflower takes a big spear. Mickey coming from the side, trying to get onto Fury. Nice response by Pure. Beautiful support play to get in front of him with that shield. Lyra there. Bramalt used for the disengage. Mickey trying to come in again from the side. Just can't quite get the damage done that he wants to.
And the wave clear is just so bad from Africa against this Siege composition. They don't really have a lot of opportunities. They don't even have a ranged jungler to try and...
Oh, Lyra being chased away. And that's a kill on the Snowflower. Somehow Coco managed to land that one. They're going to get the turret too. And the Africa Freaks just being pushed back across the map. It's looking a little bit tough for them right now.
This is really rough. Against the Nidalee Varus Ashe combination, they need to be able to get a teleport flank. Snowflower also didn't even use his ult, so he just straight up died to some poke from Coco.
Yeah.
Not the cleanest defense right there, but this is part of the punishment of Africa Freaks composition. Again, they needed that early game advantage. They need to start creating picks and getting deep wards to pressure the map. Without that, it's just too easy for Longzhu's Seacher and poke composition to set up. And also Songyun went Blade first, which is very bad. He needed to go Hurricane first, so they at least had some semblance of wave clear from range. Against poke compositions, that's usually the way to build Kalista, but against a poke composition when you don't even have a Kindred or a Graves to clear the wave, even more necessary. Yeah.
Well, Lyra just really hasn't done much at all this game. He gets the red buff, but doesn't really have any of those kills he needs. Just that one assist.
It's really like Mickey needing to be ahead. Like, otherwise, he's just sort of weakly positioning on their flanks, taking some damage when he comes in, as you saw. A great reaction from Longzhu. Now Longzhu with a really big lead.
Whoa, they're going in onto Coco. Mickey turns back for just a second. Coco trying to get away, can't make it out. There's a kill for Songyun. They've needed this guy to carry them all season long, and he's the one with the kills on the team so far this game.
He's got to be absolutely huge right here. And those are the kind of plays that it would have been nice for Africa to make in the early game if they wanted to win. They're getting a little bit desperate right now. They're down 2 towers at the present time. And Ixu going to wrap around.
Yep, teleport coming in for Longzhu to try to stop this one. Look at the CC from Ixu, though. Here comes Expression onto Lyra. Lyra hops into the Raptor pit to get away, and the Africa Freaks routed completely in that fight. Ixu taken down. There's a double kill for Expression now, and he's not done yet. Is he going to get the triple? No, Chaser steals it away, but either way, it's a big win for Longzhu, and they are in very firm control of this game.
Yeah, as soon as you see that teleport come in, you just have to walk away from that if you're Africa. Echo, if he gets there before you start your dive, is an absolute beast because he can set up that W, obviously. And that's a nice chase down there from Expression. When he has that Iceborne Gauntlet, combine that with the speed from his passive, and he can chase you down that long lane very easily. And now Africa really falling apart. They haven't been able to make this pick composition work. They misplayed around the blue buff, and that is...
Yeah, 5k gold down. I don't know how you turn this one around if you're
I mean,
at this point.
You can't go for this. Basically, Lyra also just gets stunned underneath the turret to start things off right there, so he can't even really contribute to this fight. They can't get the execute kill onto Fury, and they got no mid lane tier 1. There's no way that you're getting away from the chase of a Nidalee and an Iceborne Echo. Just really questionable decision making from Africa. Just call it a day. You see the Echo coming in, and you know Ashe is there under that turret too and can slow you down. No, you got the TP. Now just split push and try to make a play some other time.
Yeah.
A lot of impatience there from Africa, and a good reaction from Longzhu.
I feel like desperation now from the Africa Freaks.
Well, it's also one of those plays, Noah, where they probably know they're going to lose. Being this far behind with Kha'Zix and LeBlanc it's not going to be an easy to win game at this stage. Finding those picks is going to be extremely difficult. We're going to see the junglers and the AD carries start to itemize against the burst already. The Mob Malmorty is finished very early. Coco just absolutely rushing that item, and Rod of Age just stacking up, making Chaser not a very inviting target. He could also just build like Rylai's right now or something like that, or Abyssal, and get enough AP that he could just burst heal through the LeBlanc and the Kha'Zix damage.
Probably. So, Africa Freaks, they need to find some crazy team fights. Not going to go for the dragon right now, it looks like.
No, they also just...
Or crazy picks, really, more than team fights, I suppose.
Yeah, and if they don't get this dragon, I think that Unless Longzhu makes a series of massive errors. they will
Which
be
is
taking
totally
this game.
possible.
It is totally possible.
Yep. It is Longzhu. Their late game has been pretty bad.
Fortunately, Africa just doesn't have a team composition to play this in the late game. They tried to cheese them, and the cheese did not work.
No, it did not. Teleport coming in for Ixu right now. Africa Freaks need to make a play. Dragon taken by Longzhu. They're going to grab a couple kills after that, too. A double onto Chaser. And now, Songyun in the middle of everything, trying to stay alive. Does a lot of damage to Coco before he gets taken out. Coco with the kill there, and yeah, it just does not look like the Africa Freaks can win a team fight to save their lives here. Ixu, the last tree standing, and he's going to get chopped down. He's a thick tree. It takes a while. Timber. Right, there's the ace. And Longzhu should be getting the win here in game 2.
Where's the Lumberjack Echo skin?
I know. It's Scion took it, I think, right? No,
Yeah,
maybe
Scion
Mundo?
has
Yeah,
the
Scion,
Mundo.
yeah.
Ryan has it. But yeah, there was a desperation play right here. Lyra attempting to go ahead and steal this, but he gets bursted down pretty quickly. Songyun actually lives an amazingly long time right here.
Yeah, seriously.
Thanks to the Fate's Call, buying him a few precious seconds, but he's out of mana, out of HP, out of time there. Get a couple kills, but 5 for 2 in favor of Longzhu as expected. And that's gonna do it for this one, though. We are going to go into a game 3.
Yeah, 7,000 gold lead for Longzhu. Just a team that the Africa Freaks just can't fight right now. So the question is, how long will it take a weak late game Longzhu to close this one out?
One would hope not too terribly long. I mean, the Baron has just spawned, and it was such an early fight that difficult to convert that, especially with only 3 members left alive. But
One might expect, though, that it might take a while.
well, Pure has already gotten that Aegis of the Legion, so that's a nice pickup against the LeBlanc. They're slowly becoming less vulnerable, and the
Wow,
poke is just,
Ixu,
oh,
yep,
God.
might as well. Burned a couple ults to do it, but that's a kill on the top laner, and that's going to be a dead turret. I don't know what Ixu really thought was going to happen.
That combo is so brutal, the Varus Ashe combo, especially when you have a Nidalee there too to add damage with like a max range spear.
But they layered it, though. I mean, they didn't really get the benefit
Yeah,
out of whole CC.
They didn't play that, but both players did hit their skill shots. I think each one thought, well, I'm going to be the one to hit
Right.
the skill shot. It doesn't matter, it worked. They got the turret, it's fine.
Works out. Ouch. Trying to save this inhibitor turret now, but Snowflower's already been poked out a bit.
Well, this is how Longzhu beat Samsung, remember, a couple weeks ago. They played Jace, they played Varus,
Yep.
and they made it work. This has been pretty much their only effective strategy in recent
Whoa!
weeks.
Bye. Bye, Lyra. Bug splat. Well, get jungle for jungle, I guess?
You don't want to make even trades when you're ahead. That's
Yeah, that was
silly.
weird. You have to see a replay of that one to see exactly what happened, but I would guess that Chaser overcommitted for a kill on Lyra.
Really?
Yep,
Is that
that's
your
my
professional opinion?
official prediction as a professional League of Legends commentator.
I think you're probably accurate there.
All right,
Dr. Doa.
thank you, Dr. Doa. Sounds like a puzzle game I should invent.
Really? What kind of doctor would you be?
I don't know. I'd be one of those doctors that like enhances people and makes like super soldiers and stuff, you know?
Not cyborgs, super soldiers?
Maybe both. Super cyborgs. Why not? Well, Jason's like, oh yeah, I can't get out here. Whoops.
Well, he's like, oh, I've been chained.
Whoops. Yeah. I'd use it on myself though, so I would become a super cyborg.
How would you operate on yourself to add your cybernetic implants?
I would have great pain tolerance.
Wow, that's hardcore.
I know, right?
You know, sometimes you have
Only-
to, in a desperate situations, doctors do have to do self-surgery, but you would do self-surgery to implant yourself. Why not just get another doctor to do it for you?
Because I'm the only one who can do it. I'm the only one smart enough to pull it off.
Sounds awful.
Have you ever read Cyber Barons? Or what's it called?
Meta Barons.
Meta Barons, that's what I meant.
Damn it, Toa, you
I'm
messed it
sorry.
up.
It's been a while. I was trying to remember
Yeah,
it.
Meta Barons is great.
Yeah. There you go. I could be a Meta Baron. Totally. Those guys were hardcore, dude.
They were really hardcore.
Look it up. Nobody's as hardcore as the Meta Barons.
Yodorovsky really knew what hardcore was.
That's right. Don't even need a head to be a Meta Baron.
You don't, it's true.
It's impressive stuff. Well, Longzhu trying to close this one out. Another epic battle of top lane people. I almost said tanks, but Echo's not really a tank.
But Ixu's not really a person.
No, he's a tree. Whoa, hello, skill shots. Hello, Chaser. Hello, everybody. Oh, all right, another Q comes through, and that's going to be a kill for Expression. Parallel conversion stuns up Snowflower, but he gets pulled in by the Fate's call. Fate has decreed you will not die foolishly in lane this minute. But your inhibitor will.
Well, smooth closure here from Longzhu. Nothing really
So far, so good.
to complain about. Taking an inhibitor before they even grab a Baron.
Good thing it's not a Meta Baron, otherwise nobody would be able to get that buff.
No one would be able to get that buff.
Nope.
Baron is vastly inferior to Meta Baron.
Yeah. It's barely a Baron at all. Like one Meta Baron could take the entire League of Legends by himself. Oh, teleport coming in. It's a last-ditch effort from the Afrika Freak. Snowflower already really low in the front. Here comes Ixu. He's got the 1v5 he's always wanted. Well, Songyun coming in, doing a little bit of damage. Ixu actually, Longzhu low, but just not low enough.
That's it.
That's as much as the Afrika Freaks could have possibly done in a team fight. That was it right there. Flash from Expression. They want the ace. They got the ace. And that's going to be the win here in Game 2. A 26-minute closeout after a Game 1 win by the Afrika Freaks. We are going to go to Game 3.
Yes, we are, and that's the risk you take, the Afrika Freaks. When you play Kha'Zix LeBlanc and you don't get the early kills, this happens to you, basically. You have no team fighting presence. As soon as Longzhu gets a few more items, and you have no wave clear either. So the turrets go down, the gold lead balloons, and you die in 27 minutes.
That's right. GG. And so we are all tied up here. Longzhu still fighting for pride, but Afrika Freaks, they can still make the playoffs if they win the next game, if they win their next match after this. It's still possible.
It's getting dicier, though, right? A 2-0 for them would have been really great tonight.
Yeah, it's very unlikely.
Not going to get it. Really nice performance from Longzhu, actually. Great defensive teleports from Expression that game. Significant improvement. And Afrika's error on the blue buff invade, that was basically the game right there. Everything else went wrong after that.
Pretty much. A win for Longzhu Gaming. And we will have an epic game number 3. Expression really rocking people's faces off with that Echo up in the top lane.
The faces were rocked off, though.
That's right. Pretty impressive stuff.
Lyra still has his face, though, somehow. It was not rocked off, perhaps.
I reattached it with my brilliant cyber biology. Haven't you been paying attention?
All right, calm down there, Dr. Did you give Lyra a cybernetic face?
Well, we're going to work on that. Style.
Just letting everybody know how stylish she is.
It's a bold move to put on your glasses. Well, when we come back, guys, game number 3, OGN Champion Spring will be right back after this. welcome back to Champion Spring. It looks like Expression getting the MVP. Great game on that top lane Echo. And a big part of Longzhu really taking it to the Africa Freaks in game number 2.
Yeah, justifying that first pick as we see. This is such a huge team fighter skirmish here for Africa. If they can get this, it's really an entirely different game. But Pure pops in at the last second, gets the exhaust down to keep Echo alive. Another fight that Africa really should not have taken. Poor tower dive decision making from Africa, but easily cleaned up by the likes of an Iceborne Echo and an Italy.
Yeah. I mean, Africa had a very distinct goal in the early game, and they just did not complete it at all. And after that, it was over pretty fast, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's over very fast, and I don't know why you even do this, Doa. It's like, why would you run a no wave clear composition against a team that you know is weak in the late game? Why don't you just sit there and turtle until Longzhu is hoisted by their own petard, right? They will kill themselves. We know they will. So Africa, I think that's just a misread on the strategy entirely coming in from the Africa Freaks. Like, why would you all in the early game when you already have a strong early game and you know you have a stronger late game? Just don't do that.
It seems like an unnecessary risk to grab something like Kha'Zix as well, too. I mean, in a game that's so crucial, why?
You need every game you can get, too.
Exactly.
Why are you trying to go for this very risky pick composition? Against CJ, I could see it maybe working. You know, CJ, which has a very weak early game.
Maybe.
But that is, it's just bad.
You got Monty angry.
It
Don't do that.
doesn't make any sense.
Well, picks and bans for game number 3. I think we'll probably see something a little bit different this time around from the Africa Freaks.
Well, we'll see if Longzhu's going to ban Sivir on the red side because Africa took it away. And also, as far as Africa should be concerned, no, they are not going to let the Sivir through. That is smart. Africa really should try and deny the poke compositions that have been Longzhu's only way of winning games.
Yeah, well, they banned the Jace, they banned the Ashe now. Okay, that seems a bit too reactionary, doesn't it?
I'd ban the Varus instead.
Well, they've got one more chance. Corki banned out.
We talked about this. Coco is number 4 in the league in damage per minute and percentage of his team's damage. Just ban him out.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
It's a major carry threat on Longzhu, and if you can take away the tools with which he makes his picks.
I wonder if they're going to ban the Echo.
They should ban the Lissandra, I think.
Yeah, they will. All right, Lissandra banned.
And the reason why is that you open up the possibility of a blind pick set.
Now, Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate's available. Boy.
Yeah, they left TF up. Okay, we'll see if the Africa Freaks want to play that.
I think you
don't need to take it right away.
Take the Callista here. Definitely. There's such a pinch on the AD carry pool. You've removed 3 AD carries at this point. Take the Callista. You're going to force them probably into Illusion.
Right. You're thinking about it, though. But it makes sense. And you don't need to take that Twisted Fate right away. You can wait for that.
I think Longzhu is going to try and take the TF away, though.
I was wondering, yeah. Maybe.
Twisted Fate can have problems against an Azir, getting poked out in the earlier stages of the game, which Mickey showed he could play actually pretty well in game number 1.
Okay, so Callista, the first pick. And what's it going to be? I mean, you might as well keep running the Echo. It's been very, very good tonight already.
Yeah, he's been winning lane pretty handily. Now, I think that a lot of Expression's solid Echo play was a result of really bad tower diving and really poor coordination from Africa in the last game, so I don't think there's a need to ban the Echo. I think you just let him have it.
They do.
Especially if you're going to have the Callista and there's not really a good counter, because the reason why Africa is not afraid of a Jhin pick coming through after they first picked the Callista is Fury was terrible on Jhin when he tried to play it. Really bad. So I don't think that's very, they don't consider that a threat.
Certainly doesn't seem like it. Next pick's over to Africa. They could take the Nidalee. Graves available too, though. That game 1 Graves was really, really strong from Lyra.
Yeah, you also can take Braum here and therefore not be as worried about Nidalee Spears.
Yeah, Graves Braum.
Take Graves Braum, I think, is quite strong. Right now, you don't necessarily have to select a... Yeah, I think that makes some sense.
And 2 picks over to Longzhu. So now they have seen most of the Afrika Freaks team anyway, but they still don't know what the solo laners are going to be. Oh, the Kog'Maw would be kind of surprising. I don't think we're going to see that.
Nope, but the Varus is something we might well see.
Yep, even though they've got a Braum on the other side.
But
Varus is still okay.
you definitely should not pick Varus right now. There is no reason to pick a Varus on the second round of the draft on red side. You don't need to hide your jungler right here. They could just be going for another poke. Why? Why?
Are they worried that Mickey's going to take the Varus?
Yes, that is a concern. Obviously, Mickey has played Varus pretty frequently in recent weeks, so they're going to go for the same style of poke composition. And this is why I just disagree with the Ashe ban. Like, why take the Ashe away when you can deny the Varus? If you're not going to prioritize the Nidalee either, you basically just hand them exactly the same thing I had last time, so no point even.
Maybe they were planning on giving them the Varus, so they didn't want them to get the Ashe Varus combo again.
Could be the Gragas on the top side. This would set up a nice pick composition alongside the Zed. They can isolate somebody. And we can see exactly how this Gragas versus Echo lane.
I mean, it also
Shakes out.
handles the possible Kindred pick coming in for the jungle, too.
Very true.
Yeah.
Well, the Nidalee's already picked, so
Oh, yeah.
probably not going to see that. And they could just go with the Twisted Fate instead and try and feed their side lanes. It would be a little bit more reserved. You do have to worry about getting hit by those piercing arrows early, though, from Twisted Fate. It's still going to be a harsh matchup for him. But it's not banned, and that means Mickey's going to lock it.
Yeah. So, Gragas TF are the last 2 picks for the Afrika Freaks. This is the comp they're going to try to keep their playoff hopes alive with.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, what are we going to see from Longzhu when it comes to an AD carry? Please do not play that, Jen.
I think they're going to do it just to make you happy.
Africa will be so happy if they see this. Sure, they aren't going to be happy in the laning phase, but Fury's Jhin was straight up awful last time he played it. He was doing
Locking it in.
very bizarre things on this champion. He was like opening up fights with the curtain call ultimate and not doing any damage, and he just seemed totally lost in how to play it. Of course, it is a strong poke champion with this composition, but I'm just not sold on Fury's ability to play it. Plus, you have a TF that can get right into your backline. You get knocked out of there, too, by a Gragas ultimate. It just seems like an absolutely massive risk. Why not just play Lucian? Play Lucian and lane swap. They've gone, what Longzhu has done, though, is they've gone for the strong lanes, right? They want standard lanes here. But if Afrika gets a lane swap off and then can successfully play around the overextension after the towers go down with the Twisted Fate, they're going to be in a great situation. So this is a lot to gamble on whether or not a lane swap is going to occur. Kind of from both teams.
Yeah. Well, we'll see who ends up coming out on top, taking the match. Obviously, if Longzhu does it, Africa's playoff hopes are pretty much ruined. They'll never be able to get to the number of wins that Samsung has, the team currently sitting in 5th place, and that would mean that's it for them.
Yeah.
So the season on the line for the Afrika Freaks here in game number 3 of our first best of 3 of the day.
Unless Samsung loses to Kongbu, which is unlikely.
Yeah.
There's still an asterisk, though. It's not all over for Afrika, but it would be close.
Yeah. It'd be really shocking. So, either way, it's nearly, almost, practically a do-or-die situation for the Afrika Freaks. Let's see if they can close it out, or if Longzhu takes a win. Time to get in the game.
We'll find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on mother.
welcome to Summoner's Rift. Africa Freaks versus Longzhu Gaming. Longzhu just playing for glory, pretty much. Playing for pride. Africa Freaks, so playing for a possible chance to take that last playoff spot.
협곡에 오신 것을
Gotta win.
환영합니다.
Gotta win. Or you're basically just praying that Kongdu somehow beats Samsung, and that is incredibly unlikely. So Longzhu here. It's a bit of a chance to play spoiler. They're going to wait to brush. Uh-oh, Mickey.
Oh, Mickey walks right into it. He's going to go down first. Blood goes to Coco. That's actually the worst person for Mickey to have that kill against, too.
Absolutely terrible for Africa for that kill to go over to Mickey.
Well, that works.
Or for Coco, rather.
Yeah.
And so now they're going to have to deal with an even faster scaling Varus. Some more pain in the early game. And this is a bad scenario. He doesn't have really time to go back to base to pick up an item. And Mickey, I think, intelligently decides not to use any of his summoner spells right there. Not that he had much of an opportunity, but he knew he was dead.
Yeah, better to just save those, take the loss. We'll see what he can do in lane.
Oh,
Not a good start.
certainly not. Not a good look. And to add insult to injury, though, it's going to be standard lanes.
Yep.
So, big advantage here for Longzhu. This is the lane situation that they definitely wanted in this. They're already level 2 onto Fury after taking that Gromp and carving through a little bit of this minion wave. So it's an uphill battle. Mickey is going to have to be spectacular on this Twisted Fate, making plays across the map, which is something he couldn't and didn't do last game on the LeBlanc in order to save this game, really.
Pretty much.
You see Ixu already falling behind, Expression.
He's going to have a hard time against that Echo.
Yep. Some harassment will be quite challenging to deal with. And look at this. Again, Lyra takes a very greedy path. I don't understand why Lyra keeps doing this in the early game. In game number 1, we saw Longzhu with the early kill. Oh,
over the wall, onto Coco. Coco could be in a little bit of trouble. Might have to burn a summoner. Nope. All right, Lyra doesn't chase. That was a close call for Coco.
So in game number 1, we saw that our dual lanes were in the top side. Snowflower died very early, and yet he still did a full clear of bottom side on blue, and then moved into top, and there was an invasion from Chaser. This time, there's a lot of pressure on that bottom side, and he should be communicating with his bottom lane. Songyan and Snowflower should be saying they have the level advantage, we're getting pushed in, because then he just does a full clear again, and he loses another buff as a result. And this is just really sloppy early game communication between Lyra and his teammates. He should know where the pressure is, and he should know that he can't really do much in this situation. So he needs to cut his losses, do only 1 or 2 camps on the top side, make sure he gets his red buff, and then double back, right?
Yeah.
It's really big path inverse.
Well, everything going Longzhu's way so far. Only a 500 gold or so lead at the moment, but it's not like it's looking to shrink at all in the near future.
It's definitely not the end of the world for Africa, but the combination of standard lanes and that early kill is, can't deny it's going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Basically, Longzhu has 3 lanes. Top.
Yeah, pretty much. Ixu is coming back a little bit in the top lane, able to get some CS anyway. Not too bad. Could be worse. They could be out of alcohol. That'd be worse for Gragas. That'd be way worse. No beer. Oh no. Well, it's a wine skin, I guess. No wine.
It's a champagne bottle.
No champagne. Oh no.
Isn't that the worst, though? No champagne.
I'm not a big champagne fan, so no, I wouldn't be bothered by it.
Have you ever had really good champagne?
Probably not.
It's quite nice.
I'll stick with my scotch, like any good broadcaster would.
The occasional celebratory nice bottle of champagne is definitely a treat. But I agree, scotch is the everyday broadcaster's
That's right.
drink of choice. We can agree on that.
That's right. Drink responsibly.
Unlike Gragas.
That's right. Not like Gragas.
And they took away Cho'Gath's wine on the splash art of the gentleman Cho'Gath skin recently.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
He just doesn't have any glass now.
You have another.
They took away his pipe too.
You have another champion
see
that's
that? They just,
based
like-
around consuming alcohol. Why would you do that, Ixu? Why would you go up in lane and then have to use your flash? Well, flash used by Chaser, so it's great. That is so weird. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So they took away Cho'Gath's pipe also. As
Maybe-
their Riot's war against smoking continues.
Maybe Cho'Gath's underage. He looks old. He's an old soul, but he's a little bit young when it comes to drinking and smoking.
He's really gentle boy, Cho'Gath.
That's right. Oh, Coco. Coco. Look what you did. You missed your ultimate. That's not good. At least he didn't flash for it. It's a pretty short cooldown on the Chains of Corruption, so keep getting a couple hits onto the turret.
Chucking some cards and a cat.
Yeah. Why not?
That's what you do in the mid lane. All right, so they're going to try and punish this recall by pushing up the mid lane, getting some damage down on the turret.
Yep, Pure. A little bit low, has to flash. Flash from Songyun to get that rend. Mickey coming in with his ultimate. They get the kill over to Songyun. Now Fury in trouble. He manages to get out with the flash.
Really good all in there from Africa. They read
Yeah.
that situation beautifully, and that's the kind of communication that you need.
Good Chaser.
He can't do anything, he doesn't have flash, he's fine.
Never mind that.
But in any case, that's the kind of communication you need. So Graves shows up in the mid lane, and they know Coco just recalls. So they have two options. They can either push up and deal some damage to the turret, but then they see the opportunity just to all in the bottom lane, get Mickey down there, secure a kill onto Songyun, and they execute it really well. Mickey doesn't even have to use his flash underneath that turret. So great all-in timing, and Fury and Pure. That's a communication issue from Longshu as Expression gets knocked around.
All right, tries to go back in time, and it
No.
looks like it's going to be just enough to keep him alive.
He doesn't go back in time, though. He goes back in space.
Oh, he goes back in,
Nope.
well,
Nope.
theoretical time.
No, he doesn't go back in time.
Well, then how does he regain some of his life?
He actually goes
Answer me
back
that.
in space and heals. That is actually what Echo does. Echo has nothing to do with time travel. He has to do with space travel and healing.
I'm not so sure.
He's a fraud, dude. He's a charlatan.
So you're saying he couldn't go back in time and then jump back forward in time in a different place?
That's called traveling in space, Noah. You just
Well, if we think.
you just described moving from one place to another through use of time travel, which is
Yeah, there you
an
go.
incredibly stupid way to use time travel.
I'm not Doc Brown, I'm Doc Doa, all right? I didn't know you were such an expert on time travel.
No,
You're just an expert on space.
space travel. That's
Space
right.
travel, I see.
But basically, Echo's just a fraud. He tells everybody that he's a time traveler, but he just moves around, he just teleports and heals and heals.
I see.
It's actually quite boring.
Uh-huh. Does Tracer do that? From Overwatch 2? She
Yes.
just travel in
Yes,
space?
she has nothing to do with time travel. The
You
rest
just-
of the game doesn't rewind. That'd be really annoying for everyone else in the game. Could you imagine that, playing with like 10 other people, and all of a sudden the game just rewinds like
It only rewinds
once every
for her.
3 minutes?
See, it's a bubble of time centered upon the individual. You know?
That doesn't make any sense.
Sure, you just take your own time bubble with this technology, and you travel back in your own personal time.
That's ridiculous. Why not just travel in space then?
Because it's so much less cool, man. Everybody travels in space. Not many people travel in time. Obviously, Rommel catches Pure. Here comes Mickey. They don't need him. Mickey's unnecessary. Oh, he's going to come in anyway. They're going to get the kill onto Fury, too. Africa Freaks, Expression teleported to the wrong place. Can he get a kill? Yeah, he can. Right before he goes out, gets two, actually. Whoa, double kill from Expression. Not bad. Coco coming in with the arrow, though.
That was actually a good play from Expression. Great use of the Echo ultimate right there to travel in space, but not time.
Right. He had a good time. Bot lane.
He had a good space.
Oh, Chance of Corruption on the Ixu. Your alcohol habits have corrupted you. Ixu. Don't worry, kids. He just carries around an empty bottle and drinks grape juice.
All right, well, let's take a look at this again. Now, they're going to try and make this play because Pure is level 5, and of course, Pure is playing Jin, so he's very vulnerable, especially without that flash up. So they come back in, get the re-engage. Look at that play. Expression rolls in, gets a beautiful 3-man stun, and then travels in space to kill 2 more people with the help of that burst damage from his ultimate. Really good teleport. He actually saved that play.
Yeah.
But Africa, they are now really on the ball. And if you watch the EU LCS games this past weekend, the playoffs when Fnatic was playing Vitality, you'll notice that they did something very similar in game number 2 when there was a Jin played, and I think this is one of the reasons why we haven't seen Jin really popular, because when you have double teleport compositions, Jin can just be killed under his turret like 1,000,000 times, and you basically can just follow the Jin around the map with your TP and just dive him every single time. Obviously that's harder with the level 6 Alistar, but with the level 5 Alistar, it sure is easy.
You know, the interesting thing is that, as we see Africa take the dragon, is that in the Echo cinematic, everything does go back in time.
I know.
Using it, but it doesn't happen in the game.
No, it doesn't. I told you, he's a charlatan.
I want the item in the game, or I want the item from the cinematic.
He's a fraud.
Apparently he is.
He staged that part of it, but when it actually came to the proof of his time-traveling abilities that we get in Summoner's Rift,
He invented the Zero Drive, right? That's the thing.
Ooh, this is actually quite dangerous.
I don't know.
Jin was left behind here.
Yeah, and he may be in big trouble. Lyra comes in for a little bit of early damage on Fury. There's a flash. I don't know.
Well, Jin can't do anything now, and
Yeah.
I think that this is why we will see less Jin, basically. He's got the curtain call.
Can't really do too much damage with it, though, with Snowflower there.
Yeah, at least he's going to save his turret. That is the bright side as Alistar and Nidalee come down to help him. Coco also fading back towards that lane, but it's just a matter of time, really, with chip damage really starting to
In a matter of space.
Yes, a matter of space. Done with you, Echo, you fraudulent time traveler.
False advertising.
Look, he can jump around, he can flash and heal himself. I think that's pretty cool. Why did he have to lie about the time travel?
Maybe he could before, but now he just doesn't do it in the League of Legends.
Wow, lame.
I don't know. Can't explain it. Here comes Ixu. On to Expression, just doing a little bit of damage there. Way behind, though, now. CS-wise, and or really kill-wise, too.
Expression, the glue that's holding Longzhu together right now, but
Pretty much.
Coco did get that first blood, so he has been accelerated, but he's still struggling to complete his Rod of Ages, and see that fast, very fast Youngest Ghost Blade in the mid lane from Coco, so he's got some decent all-in potential.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you really can't do what Echo's trying to do in terms of time travel, because if you took yourself back like that, if you actually traveled back in time, wouldn't you just appear with like a second version of yourself right there? Because what happens to the original Echo, right? Does he just get blown up? Does the other Echo just come out of him?
I think that since they're in the same place, that one just like, by being in the same place at the same time, one just instantly dies, right?
Kind of like getting telefragged in Unreal Tournament back
Exactly.
in the day.
I think you just
Yeah.
telefrag yourself.
I see. That poor Echo, wow. Just repeatedly telefragged yourself. Now I get it. Makes more sense. There can be only one.
I think I'd be willing to telefrag myself for the ability to travel in time,
Well, as long as you didn't feel it.
even if I did feel it.
Wow. Yikes.
Well, I can always choose not to do it, Noah.
I mean, the other option is that he does it and creates a new branch of the universe, basically. A new reality is created. So every time he uses it, reality branches off into 2 separate timelines. One where Echo just dies, the other one where...
Echo's really cluttering up the multiverse.
I
Noah.
know. Oh, wow, Mickey with that Q. But yeah, he is. That's the other option. The Echo is just creating a bunch of unnecessary timelines where he dies.
Wow, somebody's got to clean that up someday.
I know, right? Sometime that's all gonna like get messed up. It's all gonna come together.
Okay, so here's the situation they're in now. Longzhu now has to figure out how Jin is actually going to survive being in this long
Well,
lane.
Mickey coming in. They want to make a play. Mickey gets hit with the Chains of Corruption immediately, though. Ixu comes in to block a bit of damage. Lyra taking quite a bit, though. And Africa has to back away already. Whoa, one more shot comes in onto Ixu. Gets him very, very low. Lyra turns around for a bit of shots onto Expression. But overall, Africa Freaks pushed out of that mid lane pretty easily. No, it's a pretty close one. Longzhu coming back, getting a turret. Teleport coming in from Ixu. They want to make a play here. Ixu and Mickey joining in. Snowflower dives in, gets pulled back by the Fate's Call. Pure trying to just zone, prevent the damage from coming in, but the Afrika Freaks are winning this fight. Expression travels back in something. Can't get any kills this time around, though, and that is a team fight won by the Afrika Freaks.
And they came in right there, and that's the problem that you get if you're Longzhu, is you can no longer put Jin in the long lane because he's going to get killed by the double teleport. But when you try and come in like that too and play aggressively, it's incredibly dangerous because Mickey actually had a gate in and a teleport back in, so he can rejoin the fight multiple times right now. So let's take a look at this. Longzhu's just going to try and siege this one up, but here comes Mickey, uses that TP to re-enter this engagement, and it's just all clean up from there. Songyun has the Hurricane and a little bit of lifesteal to Cutlass, so he's going to be very dangerous when the members of Longzhu start to clump up, and now Longzhu in the throes of desperately trying to create picks.
Yeah, pretty much. They're about 3,000 gold down. Snowflower's going to face check and brush, though. Lyra's there to help him, but he's going to need quite a bit. Fury comes in for a little bit more damage. Here's
they can't
Mickey.
do this.
Mickey's got the gold card. Yeah, they back off at the last minute. They did not want to fight that.
But chunking out the support really doesn't do anything for them when it comes to actually killing this turret, as long as Lyra and Mickey are still around. And
I'm sure it's pretty low, though.
oh, looks like they are going to get it. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, it just didn't have enough health.
But nice attempt there, Africa and Longzhu getting the jump they needed to push out the mid lane turret and at least get one tower on the board for themselves. But this is the problem with Jin right now in the double TP meta. Like I said, we saw this in the Vitality Fnatic games about how do you actually use Jin properly. And certainly Fnatic tried and successfully used Jin also, but double TP means Jin is going to have a super bad time.
Yep. The Afrika Freaks about to claim their second dragon of the game now.
Oh man. Fury has to be so careful. You can see he's so scared right now. He walks up and he can't even get to the river before he just backs off.
Yeah. Well, they don't have a ton of vision there, too. They've got a little bit, I guess, but still way too dangerous to move up.
Africa have all of the control over this game now. They've done a wonderful job digging themselves out of an early game hole, the first blood right at level 1 that Mickey gave up. He's made the necessary TF plays. They've intelligently played around the bottom lane and their ability to dive, getting the kill 3-6 onto Alistar. Really nicely done. Africa playing to their win conditions much better this game.
Well, this is one of those reasons why you just don't let Mickey have that Twisted Fate. They're so good at using it.
And it's also one of the reasons why it's so hard to draft against the Freaks these days is how do you do it really?
Yeah.
You either give them power picks or you give Mickey Twisted Fader's head. Nobody wants any of those things.
Trying to take out that pink ward. Ixu's actually going to engage onto Expression. Coco Fury are there, though. Songyun's got a pretty good angle. Fury gets in the back lines. Fury actually getting a lot of auto attacks in. Bramball doesn't do a whole lot. Afrika Freaks have to back away. Mickey pops his ultimate, trying to get there in time. Actually is moving back down. They've decided they can't fight it. Lyra just trying to survive. Curtain Call comes in. Lyra flashes to the wall. Nice dodge. Whoa! Narrowly avoiding those shots from Fury.
Lyra he just toys at the edge of these skill shots.
Yeah.
He really does not maximize his damage as a Graves in these team fights. And they don't take any losses there, perhaps a little bit overly aggressive from Africa. They still get a couple of important summoners, most notably Fury's Splashdown, though. And now Fury has to be even more afraid of entering a side lane. And the problem with this composition that Longzhu has drafted is you can basically only farm 2 waves, because Varus and Jhin both cannot be in a lane by themselves right now against a TF and a Teleport Gragas. Like, that cannot be allowed to happen. So Africa can actually just starve Longzhu out when it comes to farm in this game. Not very many good choices for them to make, because even though they can farm as long as it's on their side of the map, if they push forward at all, they can't really break any kind of even tier 1 turret freezes that Africa can execute without just getting killed. It's really bad situation for Longzhu.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we're getting into that later game stage now where the Afrika Freaks have been consistently stronger in the second half of the season than Longzhu too, so kind of going from bad to worse right now for Longzhu Gaming.
I think if you're going to play Jhin, that you need something like a Lissandra. You have to be able to give Jhin the mid lane, in the mid game, and split push with another teleport champion. I think if you don't have double TP to, first off, respond to the possibility of dives in the early game, and the possibility that Jhin will have to overextend in the mid game, to get him to that late game power status and to protect him in his early game power spike when he can be a really big bully, it's not worth playing him.
All right, engage coming in from Longzhu. Teleport used by Expression. Meanwhile, Coco nearly gets blown up by Lyra. Mickey kind of on his own here, though. Curtain call used, and there's a kill for Fury. Lyra in a little bit of trouble now, too. That's a double for the Jhin. You're backing away. Longzhu, though, winning this team fight. Expression dives in yet again. He's going to back up just to stay healthy. That's a team fight win for Longzhu, so they are not out of it quite yet.
Yeah, big mistake there from Africa. They overcommitted. Lyra did a good job of dealing with Coco as he tried to get up into that top lane in the 1v1 duel, but you cannot commit onto that fight so aggressively if you're Mickey. I mean, he doesn't have a Zhonya's Hourglass yet. You could do that if you have Zhonya's, but otherwise just the damage too great. And even though they were in a wonderful moment of a power spike with the 2 items completed onto the Callista, not exactly played the best right there, and Coco and Fury were able to find that long-range damage over the wall.
I mean, it was such a big game, too. You wonder if maybe nerves are a little bit of a factor for the Afrika Freaks, because they certainly haven't been playing this one as cleanly as we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, it's mostly just with the last couple minutes. I thought they did a really good job with the laning phase and the dives onto the Jhin, and Longzhu is just stacking up this lane right now, but this is what I mean. They can only farm 2 lanes at a time. So they have to put 4 people up here, because otherwise Jhin dies. Like, Expression without TP cannot be at another point of the map, and even with TP, they risk.
Up here going for the headbutt pulverize. Ixu gets out with the body slam, though.
Mickey's been sitting in this base forever now. They really want to make
Teleport.
another play.
Teleport coming into the mid lane.
Just going to push. That was
that way.
The anti-climax, but
I guess so.
With the Graves and the Lich Bane, they're going to deal some pretty nice damage.
Well, Coco's got decent wave clear, though, so he'll be able to push that back for the moment.
Still, Mickey using that teleport just for a little bit of turret damage, so not the greatest use right there, but here comes Song Yun, especially the only one left at the top side. I don't know why Jhin is feeling so safe being down there alone. I guess they're going to try and kill Mickey. Lots of pings going down. Mickey still has a tier 1 turret.
Yep, Curtain call, but looking for the slow. Mickey dodging it pretty well. Oh, gets hit once, gets hit twice. Is it enough? Pure comes in. There's a gold card. He's going to try to get away. Oh, CC'd. And Fury with another kill. Mickey just way too far up.
He should have known that that W was coming in, but it didn't.
I think so. Whoa, Lyra. 1v1, jungler versus mid laner, and that's a fight that Graves is going to win.
Yeah, I really think Mickey, because the W didn't come in immediately after the knockup from the Alistar, I think that trying to port out of that was a mistake. I think you just walk away and don't waste your ultimate, even if it does end up killing you. And now there's a collapse going on the bottom side. Mickey's dead.
Fury and Pure have stuck around for way too long. Fury flashes away from the queue. Pure, though, caught out. And so it looks like Song Yun and Snowflower are going to be able to grab another one for the Afrika Freaks.
No ultimate from Alistar.
Yep. Even if he had it, he was so alone.
So very alone.
Yep. Third dragon, though, is going to be claimed by the Afrika Freaks. So they have monopolized all of those
That
this game, at least.
is absolutely huge for them.
Yeah.
They're going to be threatening, of course, the fourth dragon in 31 minutes and a pre-40-minute possible fifth dragon. This is a huge win condition for them.
Well, it seems like, again, Lear's just being this hero on Graves.
Well, they've needed it, and Mickey's TF. The scoreline may not be impressive, but what he did to control the pace of this game early has made Afrika really be in the driver's seat the entire time, and it's dictated a lot of what Fury's done. Yeah, Fury is 3-1-3, that's great, but it doesn't really matter. Like, the thing is, the weird part is that Mickey's been playing a lot better than Fury has, but their score lines don't really reflect that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes to make the plays, you gotta get yourself killed, Anyone who's
Is that a
played,
Doa-ism?
well, anyone who's played Annie knows that.
Sometimes to make the plays, you gotta get yourself killed.
Yep, it's true.
Don't try and make the plays in real life, though. That's
No,
important.
I try to avoid that if I everyone. Mickey. All right, goes after the Raptors instead.
Some of those sports have been a little weird.
Yeah, these gates haven't been the greatest. All right, time for Baron for the Afrika Freaks.
Can't do this
It's a
one
little bit risky.
really fast, but I guess nobody's going to check.
They are not quite yet.
No, it's
Baron
done.
getting
It's
lower.
done. It's done. It's over.
They got it. All right, now are they going to team fight? Let's see if they go in. Iksu diving, doesn't really connect with anybody. Expression coming from behind. Songyun exhausted. He's not going to be putting out quite as much damage, but they've got enough to take down Chaser. They've got enough to take down Pure, and the Afrika Freaks get the Baron, win the team fight. Expression having to back away. Mickey chasing him, and Fury trying for dear life to get away. Whoa! Collateral damage, and a barrel not quite enough to finish off Coco. So Fury and Coco lucky to escape from that one. If Mickey had stuck with the team, maybe they could have done it.
Yeah, Mickey has his TV back up so they can try and make a play to kind of win the game right here. I mean, I think there was a W to check that, but just nothing. No wards from Longzhu. I think they had an inkling it was going down, but they couldn't get it together to get to the pit fast enough, especially on the backside. But basically, Afrika just getting a series of picks. They isolate targets and just kill them one by one.
Yep, pretty much. And as we go back to the real-time game, Coco in a lot of trouble as the inhibitor goes down. Pure trying to save him. Chains of Corruption lands. Still a Q for Songyun.
That was a red buff kill.
Yeah, this could be it. Curtain call pop, a lot of damage coming through. And actually, Longzhu looks like they're going to defend this one for the moment anyway. The inhibitor's still up. Mickey coming in, gold card onto Chaser. They pick one up there. That's 3 kills. Maybe this one is over. Yeah, Baron buff coming down. Only Fury and Pure left. The ult has been used from this Jhin. Afrika Freaks trying to win this one, trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. And it looks like they'll be able to probably do it. Coco up in about 15. Iksu pushed back. Pure and Fury doing what they can to defend here. The Nexus turrets all down, and there goes the Nexus now. Mickey focuses down Pure before turning his sights on the Nexus, and that is going to be a 2-1 victory for the Afrika Freaks. They got it. GG.
Well played by the Freaks. Some hiccups, but man, what we learned
Overall.
in Game 1 and Game 3 of this series is that they have been very good at doing their like decisive, sneaky, able to really know their limits around that objective.
Yeah.
And pays off, absolutely. And I think this really confirms my suspicions about Jhin. Like I said, when I was watching those EU LCS playoffs, how well Fnatic was playing, I think they really did a great job this past weekend. And seeing how they played against the Jhin and how hard they punished it, we saw the same thing here tonight. And I think that Jhin isn't bad, he's just situational. And if you don't have a way to keep him in the mid lane in the mid game, and you don't have a double teleport yourself to respond to dives, you can't play him.
Yeah.
You get punished way too hard, and we saw that here.
Absolutely. But the Afrika Freaks, they get the 2-1 victory. So they will still have a chance to make it to the postseason. Hard to believe, but it's a possibility.
It is. It's alive, but they really have to 2-0 CJ now. That's the thing.
It's going to be tough.
If Samsung 2-0s Kongdu, they are going to need to 2-0 CJ. They had that chance. They decided to take a risk with LeBlanc Kha'Zix. I don't think it was a good idea.
Yeah. No, they paid for it.
Now Longzhu continues to struggle this season, and they're pretty much going to be guaranteed that 8th place,
Yeah.
which is definitely not where we expected a team with this many excellent players to be.
Well, it's like we said, we know there's a good team in there somewhere. Just how do you find it? Later on in this year, that team might be in a lot different place in the rankings.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the offseason might do them good.
Yeah. Well, when we come back, guys, the Telecom War, SKT, world champions taking on their rivals, KT. You do not want to miss it. It is going to be epic, man. A battle for second place in the standings. It's going to be awesome. We'll be back with our second match on Champion Spring right after this.
Coming up next, KT Rolster, SK Telecom T1, Botte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 2.
롤챔스 한 번도 안 보셨어요? 그러면 지금까지?
제대로 잠깐 한두 경기 본 적은 있지. 못 보겠어?
뭐예요?
왜요?
재미가 없어. 해설이 재미가 없어. 그 세 명 얘기하는 거 목소리도 듣기 싫어. 너무 물려. 물려. 너무 지긋지긋하지 않아? 일주일에 4일씩 듣는 거? 현우 목소리도 듣기도 싫어, 이제. 그래서 그냥 현우랑 얘기했을 때 채팅으로 얘기하는 게 편해. 목소리 들으면서 얘기하면 지긋지긋해. 나니까 이런 얘기하지 누가 이런 얘기하겠어. 안 하잖아. 괜히 잘못 얘기하면 큰 코 다칠까봐 안 하잖아. 난 다칠 코가 없거든. 난 다칠 코가 없거든. 자, 이 순간만을 기다렸습니다. 롤챔스 본격 비판 방송 위클리 LCK. 안녕하세요. 롤챔스의 원한 매친 거 많은 강민입니다. 위클리 LCK, 저는 이 방송 자체부터 비판할 거 많다고 봅니다. 대체 롤챔스에 언제부터 단군이 비판을 하기 시작을 했죠? 단군이 롤챔스 하다가 뭐 욕먹어보기로 했어? 아니면 롤챔스 하다가 밑으로 내려오기로 했어? 그냥 아무것도 안 했잖아요. 자, 우중아, 너 진짜 잘해야 돼. 네가 뭐 잘 나갈 때 잘해야지. 한순간에 훅 간다. 그나저나 롤챔스 손 놓은 지 1년도 넘은 저에게 지난주 경기 뉴스 말해달라고 하는데 나 너무 안 봤잖아. 나는 잘 몰라요. 저의 롤챔스에 대한 마지막 기억은 삼성 왕조가 진짜 판치던 그 시절 뿐이에요. 그게 언제 쪽이야 도대체. 그러니까 여러분 큰 기대는 하지 마시고요. 모르는 내용 나오면 제가 정말 성의껏 조냐를 키도록 하겠습니다. 아무래도 롤챔스 팬들은 강소리보다는 차라리 조냐 키는 걸 더 좋아하셨잖아요. 그쵸? 자, 그럼 지금부터 진정 롤챔스를 비판할 수 있는 자격이 있는 전직 롤챔스 어그로 담당, 정말 피곤한데 보이다, 강민과 함께 위클리 LCK 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
나도 그냥은 와! 스매! 잠깐만요! 이거! 돌을! 저거 삼탄 터지면!
나 이 장면 보고 진짜 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 와, 스맵 선수 진짜 사람이? 아니, 근데 스맵이 원래 이렇지가 않았는데 옛날에는 솔직히 얘기해서 내가 요즘 그 스맵한테 이런 얘기하면은 스맵 그 팬분들한테 많이 욕먹을 것 같은데 옛날에는 그렇게 상태가 좀 썩 좋지는 않았었어요. 조금 형편없었어. 상태 많이 안 좋았었거든. 야, 이거 스맵 이거 왜 이러나 이럴 정도로 상태가 안 좋았는데 그건 한 1년, 2년 사이에 정말 컸네. 많이 성장했네. 이 선수가 옛날에 아이엠에 했던 진짜 어떻게 근데 이렇게 많이 성장을 하지? 보통 이제 시작부터 뭔가 좀 다른 모습 보여주면서 크게 성장하는데 이 친구는 약간 좀 약했었거든? 처음부터 등장이 괜찮았던 애가 제가 있었지, 이제 플레이. 걔는 원래 등장부터 좀 약간 화려하긴 했었는데 그 이상을 못 찍고 있었죠? 계속 그냥 쟤는 너무 얼굴로 먹고 살아. 내려올 때가 된 것 같아. 미안하다, 호종아. 오래간만에 네 생각나서 얘기했다. 자, 현재 CJ 탑솔러 운타라 선수가 지난주 CJ 탑솔러의 전통을 계승했습니다. 때는 지난 CJ와 KT 간의 대결. CJ 운타라 선수 아이템창에 주문 포식자가 갑자기 2개가 올라오죠. 어쨌든 CJ의 탑솔이라면 이 솔직히 좀 흔해 빠진 일이라고 볼 수 있어요. 플레임이 여기서 나오네. 오늘 내용에 있었네. 플레임 선수의 탐식의 망치를 시작으로 저때 탄식의 망치라고 많은 분들이 얘기를 했었습니다. 2013년 스프링앤 프로스 탑솔러 샤이가 신발 2개를 사기도 했었는데 그 전통을 운타라가 계승을 했어요. 역시 운타라 선수 CJ 탑솔러로 인정하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 그리고 플레임 그리고 샤이, 너네 좀 정신 차릴 때 됐다. 진짜 이제 나이만 먹을 게 아니라 정신도 같이 차려야지. 네, 크캠이랑 얘기해보니까 샤이 좀 상태 좀 많이 안 좋아졌다고. 그리고 호종아, 큰돈 받고 저기 롱주 갔으면 좀 보여줘 임마! 보여주란 말이야! 성적이 그게 뭐야? 니네 좀 올라와야지. 받은 만큼 좀 하란 말이야. 부탁한다. 형이랑 좀 오래됐잖아, 관계. 좋은 소식 들려와야지. 상태 안 좋다는 얘기만 들으면 되겠냐? 형 응원할 테니까 화이팅해! 화이팅! 운타라 너도 화이팅해라. 잘은 모르겠는데 너도 힘내라. CJ 힘내야지. 정석이 들어가는데. 정석이는 응원한다. 잘해야 된다.
Welcome to your life. How decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
And we're back on Champion Spring, and Lyra getting the MVP again in game number 3. A double MVP for Lyra today.
He's been so good on Graves, and
yes.
it's been integral to a lot of Africa's wins this season. Take a look, Inspection. He's got a nice ultimate off there, though, to sort of save this dive. Lyra again, just coming in with a full broadside of damage against Longzhu as they turn this fight around in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Just great positioning and kiting from Lyra.
Great job of
So good.
pushing to the limit, too.
And playing these team fights, and surprise, Coco, Lyra's not afraid to go all in on you, use that flash.
Wow.
And he's kind of made a living this season out of assassinating mid laners on Graves. He did it to Faker too.
Yeah. Sounds like a fun way to play jungle to me.
He is just perfect in this meta right now.
Yep. And Africa really needs people to be just perfect for the meta if they want to have any chance of getting to the playoffs. And as of right now, they've still got that chance. So it's time for our MVP interview. And today, Andy will be translating for us. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Let's head into the MVP interview with Lyra from Africa Freaks. Now, the Spring of Champions is almost done. Beating Longzhu today has increased your chances for playoffs, Africa. And you've earned your hard-earned victory. How do you feel? Thank you. So you've increased your chances for playoffs. How do you feel? Well, we expected a tough match. And Longzhu has always been a tough opponent. So I had a lot of worries. And I'm happy that we finally earned a victory. So last week, you guys, your winning streak was stopped by Rox. How did it affect you guys? Well, it was fun. And we told ourselves, like, let's not fight as much. And we were told off by our coaches. But it didn't really affect, like, our spirit. So fun little fact about Longzhu against you guys, you never had, like, a series that you took from Longzhu. So how did you prepare against them? So as I said initially, their mid and jungle synergy is really, really strong. So we tried to decrease like the influence that their mid laner can affect to the match. You know, Longzhu has a double squad, so how did you prepare for possible changes within the entry? We expected Coco Chaser and Expression Fury, and these guys played consistently in like matches beforehand, so we were expecting the roster that we played against today. You know, you previously said that you get sucked into Barons, but in today's match, it was in a good way. In the first set, Iksu teleported from bottom, and you guys like right in ahead went for the Baron. Whose call was it? Well, even before that, our bot duo tried to stop Iksu, and Iksu told us like possibly that could happen again. So it's mainly Iksu's decision. So like we want to really applaud him. How was the atmosphere within the booth when you guys successfully took Baron? Well, Baron doesn't necessarily like mean that we win the match automatically, but it definitely makes us feel better. You guys lost in the second match, but can you please explain the Kazakh's pick? Well, I like to like try out champions that not many people try, like Sejuani. In practice, I did pretty well, but now I learned meta champs are meta champs for a reason. So congratulations, and after today's match, Longju's officially out of the playoffs race. You're playing against Samsung now. How do you feel? Well, we're not directly playing against them, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm just focusing on the next match and the match ahead of that. Alright, so you guys are playing against CJ in Jeonju. So it's like coach's match. How do you feel? It's first experience for us to be on a big stage. And CJ is a rebuilding team as well, so we expect the same kind of new experience for them as well. And we want to do well. Alright, how do you talk to your fans, please? Thank you for rooting for us, and we'll try to go to playoffs and try to do our best. Please keep rooting for us. And our director keeps coming to the matches to root for us, and we want to really thank him. And even though Iksu did well in the first match, I'm the big player now. Alright, that's it for the interview.
Thank you for the translating, Andy. Look at Iksu, he's the big player now. Or Lyra. You look at Lyra too, I guess. But.
Yeah, Lyra has been really good in the second half of this season, and definitely part of that is the shift in the meta towards his strengths, which is carry junglers, high mechanical junglers. It's been wonderful.
Yeah. It was a wonderful match. And now for something even more wonderful, guys. It's the Telecom War SKT versus KT. This is my favorite matchup in not just League of Legends, but in any esport, in all esports. It's fantastic. And it's really, really important this season. This is actually one of the most meaningful SKT versus KT matches since maybe Summer Finals 2013. This one matters a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did have a finals last year between SKT and KT in
the
summer season.
It was we knew how that one was going to come out before we went into it. I'm not so sure how this one's going to go.
Fair enough.
All right, well, let's dig into it, guys. Let's meet our teams in this match. You already know them well. Of course, there is KT Rolster, the team that, maybe we don't know these guys so well because we never quite know what KT Rolster we're going to see when they play. They're either going to be one of the best teams in the world or they're going to be kind of mediocre team, honestly.
Well, I think a large factor of that is because they don't, certainly if you had to identify a carry on this team, it's going to be Someday. He's been doing excellently this season, but surprisingly, just statistically, the rest of their players are relatively low in terms of percentage team damage kind of across the board. So they really do live and die as a team. Fly is the lowest percentage of gold among all mids in this league. And he's also the lowest percentage of damage of all mid laners. Now, a lot of this is he does play a lot of utility mids, but the carry comes through their turret diving and their cooperation, not necessarily outstanding individual performances.
Very true. And you can hear the crowd going wild because there are the current reigning world champions, SK Telecom T1, And it's been an interesting season for them. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. They crushed IEM Katowice. Blank is really starting to come together as a great jungler for this team. But things aren't perfect yet.
No, they're not. And I think one of the most interesting parts of this is when we talk about that.
Look at that. I love that. That is like,
Wow.
Wolf is,
Bang,
I don't know
bang
what he was
fighting.
doing there. That
Faker
was-
fighting. Faker's got a tiara.
I guess so. He's a very pretty mid laner.
I guess
There you go.
Blank has some goats.
Goats, all right. Well, I'm totally confused at this point. Duke is like from space. He's got like meteors and planets and stuff like that. I don't know. I was totally distracted by those. I have no
By the
idea what any
goats?
of them meant. The goats. That's right. SKT, the players who stare at goats.
I guess they are.
Yeah,
Just
that's-
killing you with their minds.
He's blank anyway. Gives him a blank stare. It's terrible. KT Rolster versus SK Telecom. Right now, both of these teams are 11-5. KT Rolster just 1 game point ahead. So about as close as you can get. And both of these teams, too, in their final match of the season, have very easy opponents. KT versus Kongdu, SKT versus Spenu. So this match probably does determine who gets second place, because I think we can be safe in assuming that they're going to beat their next opponents.
Yeah. Considering that their opponents are Spenu and Kongdu. Spenu
Yeah.
for SKT, Kongdu for KT Rolster. You're right. This is probably going to be the difference.
Yeah.
As we take a look,
Wow.
KT doesn't have a great record against SKT.
Not really. In fact, that is, I believe, 2 game wins ever.
Well, not ever, since the
Since, last year.
consolidation of KT Arrows and Bullets and SKT
Right.
K&S
Since we
the
had
end of
these
2014.
teams, basically.
Yes, they
Right.
have won 2 games
Oh, well.
and they have
That's
lost
very good.
13.
Well, I mean, if you're an SKT fan, that's good news. If you're a KT fan like Monty, though, that's got to be tough to swallow.
And of course, these teams prioritizing the Maokai and the Sivir. They were early adopters of these picks. Both teams undefeated on Sivir so far this season, and obviously huge KDAs. But Sivir is such an integral pick to the meta right now. She has been ascending to first pick status / ban status over the last couple of weeks of play.
Yep. That's right. And I'm sure that Maokai is going to be quite an important pick as well.
Especially for Someday. You know, Someday had really good games against the Rocks Tigers on the Maokai, and that's going to be very important to them. What is Fly going to pick? He's pretty much the
Zillion.
only Zillion player we have left. He did play Zillion in 2 games against CJ, and of course, the determining game against the Rocks Tigers in Game 3, he selected that Malzahar. So, and he won, and KT won with it, and they played around the Malzahar really, really well.
It is interesting. Koma coming in the booth, hoping he won't have to facepalm. We will see. I want to see Wolf's picture again. It was awesome. He looked like a gangster king. That's how I would describe that one.
I wish I looked like a gangster king, Doa.
You can. Just look at Wolf's Cheerful, and you can dress like that if you want to. I'm not going to stop you. Picks and bans for game number 1. SKT versus KT. The Azir banned out against Faker immediately, and after Faker's last few games on Azir, you really can't blame them.
I'm a bit surprised to see that, just because Fly
Really?
has been fine on the Azir too. So if they were to prioritize it on the blue side, that would be an option. Rise,
I suppose.
yeah, don't let Faker have Rise. I agree.
Yeah. What else should you not let Faker have?
No, basically everything.
Pretty much everything, yeah. Zillion. Okay, so they are banning the Zillion away from Fly. They're like, all right, bring on the Malzahar. Dare you to play it against SKT.
Well, a big factor we're going to have to look at in this game, Doa, and I think where this could really hinge in favor of SK Telecom, is that while these two teams are number 1 and number 2 in the league when it comes to dragon control, which means they get the highest percentages of dragons in their
Right.
games. The problem with KT is that they are 18-1 when they get first dragon, because they're really good at stacking to 5th dragon. Very, very good at once they get that objective rolling and controlling it for the rest of the game. They are 7-12 when they don't get first dragon. And the problem that they face with SK Telecom is SKT has the highest first dragon percentage in the league at 64%. Meanwhile, KT's only at 50% for first dragon. So it's been a little bit troubling, to say the least, and that may present a lot of obstacles because KT is rather strategically pigeonholed around 5 dragon stacks.
Yeah. I mean, you would have to give SKT the edge coming into this. KT has shown these like flashes of absolute brilliance, but like you said, if they don't get that first strike, and they've really kind of struggled to close out games.
And they're going to go ahead and take the Graves and deny the Kindred pick. So they've already weakened score pretty substantially. This presents a conundrum because Graves and Kindred are the top two junglers right now, in my opinion. You can build so many different kinds of compositions around them. Score probably just going to take the Nidalee here, but Gragas jungle or Lee Sin jungle are pretty distant second choices compared to the top three right now, because it's just so much more efficient to play tank support, tank top, and the Elise, you know, it's not great. You can't have that jungle threat right now.
It's something.
I think the Nidalee is better.
Yeah. Seems to be more in line with what Score has been trying to do this season in the jungle. Alistar locked in as well. Everybody's hovering over Taric today, man. They saw the changes too. They can't wait until they can lock that guy in.
Bang just wants to be truly outrageous.
That's right. I wonder if all those quotes are going to change, because he's not so much gem-based anymore. He's kind of like stars-based.
So sad.
He can't be like, stars are truly outrageous. No.
That's not a reference to an 80s cartoon anymore.
No. So it's lost me.
It's lost you, huh?
It's lost my interest. But Taric's still going to be good, like legit.
I hope somebody can find you soon.
Legit. I'm lost.
Come back, Doa!
I'm lost. Help. I don't know how it works.
Okay, well,
Lucian Trundle. So, pretty safe stuff. Trundle support, but who's Trundle going to ult really in this composition?
well, probably a tank top laner who will build QSS. No Kalista?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about that. You don't see Bang pass on the Kalista often when it's pickable.
It is a favorable matchup into the Sivir in the laning phase, especially because you have the Trundle Lucian combo against Sivir is you can really just get the pillar behind her, and she doesn't have any dashes or movement abilities to go over it. Then you can trade very favorably with the Lucian.
That is true. And are we going to see a Kennen here? So KT thinks they can run what Smeb has been so good at.
Wow, okay.
They will.
Lissandra and Kennen, huge zones for this Sivir to work with. I like the Kennen pick a lot, and there's going to be the Karma again.
All right, yep. We saw it last week. We'll see it again from Faker.
And he built Ardent Sensor to basically just get the extra attack speed onto his double AD carries in that game.
Right.
With the Mantra Shield, which is the E. I know I messed it up last time. It's not the W. The W is the tether.
Obviously, geez. It's like you've never played Karma before.
Just mixed up the abilities, but yes, it is going to be the E of Karma that works really well. It was a fourth item Ardent Sensor. And also that's going to help out Duke because he does have that nice passive, so helps give that 15% attack speed, get that
That's a good point.
Echo speed boost up just a little bit quicker. And SK Telecom just going with that comfort pick. Now KT, you're right, they do pivot away from a tank top laner once they see the Trundle support coming in. And they also try and abuse the range versus melee matchup for the Echo. So interesting stuff. Who knows whether the lane swap is going to come in. In this particular game, each team has one pretty solid side lane.
Well, it's really interesting compositions from both of these teams, and I think the big question for me is, can Someday handle this Kennen the way we've seen the Rocks Tigers handle it?
Well, Someday is a really good teleport player, so something tells me he'll be okay on this Kennen pick, Doa.
He's a pretty decent top laner, isn't he?
Yeah, he's all right.
He's okay.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's like a little bit better than average. Not bad. Well, a battle for second place between the biggest rivals in Korean esports. KT Rolster versus SK Telecom T1. Who's going to jump out to an early lead and take the first map? Let's find out.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the
And welcome to Summoner's Rift. KT Rolster taking on SK Telecom T1. Another chapter of the Telecom War begins here on OGN Champion Spring. As we saw before the games began, SKT with a pretty massive lead in the head-to-head record between these teams since the great Korean exodus of late 2014, early 2015.
It's all right. We've recovered from that.
We have.
We're back to the great Korean dominance again.
Better than ever. That's right.
So, Someday has only ever played 3 games of Kennen. He is 1-2. Not a pick we associate with this particular top laner, but I like what they're doing in the draft phase here, trying to make sure that Trundle really doesn't have any attractive ultimate targets while still providing the tankiness tankiness via Zhonya's, basically, because you're going to be able to survive in the front line of a team fight, and the big crowd control that you can get off with some of these other top laners. So they've got huge zones with Lissandra self-ulting, Kennen flank with the Zhonya's Hourglass and the Slicing Maelstrom up, and that's going to give Arrow a ton of room to move around.
Yeah.
And also really give Score an opportunity to go ahead and get into Cougar form and try and burst targets down. So I like the composition from KT. SKT, classic SKT things right now. Go with the Graves and the Lucian alongside the Karma. They're bringing that back once again. I do think Karma is a really powerful pick since her buffs.
Well, so does Faker, and I'm not going to argue with him about that kind of thing.
He played it so well.
Yeah, he did.
In their last game against Samsung.
Able to just really blow people up with that pick. Score getting a bit low in the jungle, but doesn't really matter.
And it really just, it's so great that SK Telecom.
Whoa, Fly
that
goes
was
in.
a really nice dodge
Yeah.
there from Fly, so comes out the other side to avoid the damage from the Q. So this really, what I love about this pick for SKT is that it really does play to the same kind of compositions that SKT has really been playing all season, which is Faker's been on utility mids that create zones. He's been on Lissandra, he's been on Lulu, and it's about him positioning himself to empower Blank and Bang as the big carries of this team. So I think it's great that they found the Lulu substitute pick after the Lulu nerfs.
Yep.
Identified it and have played it quite well first game.
Yep, and we have the lane swap, like normal. And so the turrets will be going down. The disturbing Matador Alistar skin being used by Wolf.
So
Alistar,
messed up.
apparently a bull who enjoys torturing other bulls to death.
Yeah.
Who knew? You know, whatever floats your boat, or your bull, I guess.
It's such a disturbing skin, just like Cowboy Alistar.
Yeah.
I guess he just enslaves and herds his own cow brethren.
No man, it's the majesty of the battle between man and bull.
Is that it?
Apparently.
Between bull and bull, you mean?
Bull and bull. It's definitely bull. Fly having to back off away from Faker a little bit.
Fly seems very ready to play Lissandra into this matchup.
He does. He had that good trade early on. And, you know, we've been pretty critical of Fly over the course of the season. But he's played well on Zillion, and they need him to step up.
It's such an interesting mid lane matchup because Faker has the highest gold percentage of his team's gold as a mid laner out of all mids. Fly has the lowest. Faker is number 2 in terms of his percentage of team damage. He's only like 0.1% behind Sassen now. And Fly is the lowest among mid laners. So Faker's also the number 1 damage per minute player in the league, which is quite impressive in its own right. But
considering all the Lulu games, yeah.
Yeah, considering all the Lulu games. So he, it's just these guys are like at polar opposite ends of the spectrum. Fly is the ultimate low economy utility mid laner. Faker is the big time fed carry. And KT, the weirdest part is that their production is like mostly coming out of Someday, who sort of leads.
Whoa, Fly getting a little bit low there.
Yeah, he's
no summoners used. Gotta be careful though.
And he's sort of Someday right now is pretty much second to Smeb in most important top lane statistical categories, and Score is also, you know, he's doing pretty well as a jungler. But
speaking of Score,
yeah, again, KT just.
Oh, Faker. Guess what? Faker went up too far in lane. Goes over the wall. Score chases. He's going to pick up that first blood. Fly in trouble, though. Blank chasing him down. Looks like we might have a trade here. The minions helping out. And Johnny comes in. Tries to push Blank away, but it's a little bit too late. Attempted save there, but mid laners are taken out by each opposing jungler. First blood going over to Score, though.
Yeah, that's That's how Faker's been playing recently. Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah.
he's been playing way too aggressively in the lane, and he's actually been punished now multiple times in the last couple of weeks. I wonder when he's going to stop doing that.
Probably never.
It actually isn't too impactful because they just gave kills to junglers, so and both mid laners have TP.
Yeah.
So Faker also actually didn't even have to use his TP right there due to where the minion wave was. So they got TP advantage.
Someday slow down, could be in trouble. There's a flash, there's the exhaust score, and Hachani coming up though. SKT picks up 1 kill, teleport, bringing Duke in. He cancels. It's enough to scare KT Rolster away though. Here comes Blank, flash from Wolf, just gets a slow onto Hachani. Hachani headbutting over to the Skull Crab to try to get away. That poor Crab, he was just an innocent bystander. But Hachani looks like he's gonna make it out. Nice play.
Yeah, really heads up play there. Good thing. The Skull Crab was
No
right where
kidding.
it was on the bottom side of the top river.
Yeah, lucky Crab placement. Wow, score coming in onto Blank here. Fly is right there.
Nice.
The pillar will push people back. Again, teleport threat canceled by Faker, though.
Yeah, that's a really good way to get the Summoner spell out, though. Nice job not committing to that. They defend their jungle camps while getting an extra Summoner that Faker had been saving after walking back into lane. So that's a big threat that they no longer have to be concerned about. Someday, though, is going to be gold-starved just a little bit in this game, although Duke doesn't have a good place to farm right now. And SKT's going to get some free shots here at the mid lane as deep freezes on both sides. Arrow trying to push it out, but Bang ready to make a play.
It looks that way. Well, Bang getting that kill early on is going to be pretty good for SKT, I think. He's hiding in that bush, though, waiting for his opportunity, thinking maybe he can blow up Arrow. Arrow getting closer. Bang is right there, finds him. Oh, he misses his Q, though, I believe. Whoops. All right. Zushin, you can get out of there. He's mobile. Hachani trying to loop around from the back. They've got a ward, but Bang will spot it. Hachani just warding, though, not being the bloodthirsty support that I wish he was. Oh, well. See, I would have looped around from the back there, gone to the flank. Meanwhile, Faker trying to fight off a gank in mid lane. He's not going to be able to do it, though. Fly locks him down with the Frozen Tomb, and that's another kill for KT Rolster. Meanwhile, Someday in trouble again down in the bottom. And as much as Faker's getting picked on, and Duke is getting, or Someday rather, is getting picked on equally, Duke picking up the kill there.
Yeah, Someday actually going for an Abyssal Scepter first here just to try and mitigate some of Duke's damage in the early game, considering like Corrupting Potion and Doran's Ring with a strong start. So Duke doing a good job of keeping Someday down, but same thing in the mid lane. So each team trying to create ganks that snowball either their mid or top laner ahead, and Faker again playing a little bit cocky, a little bit too far forward, and they're going to have double Abyssal pretty soon, and that's going to be a pretty potent punch in the mid game here when there's not a lot of magic resist yet on SK Telecom, because the AoE damage, AP damage from Lysandra and from Kennen is going to be pretty brutal.
And there's that first dragon. Faker a little bit low, but like we talked about, SKT doing much better in general when they secure that first dragon. KT.
Well, it's really that KT is 7-12 when they don't get first dragon, and 18-1 when they do. It's a huge differential in terms of win rate as to whether KT gets that first dragon, and that's to keep an eye on that. Obviously, not impossible to win. It's just that KT typically plays around dragon number 5, and like that's just their play style is force fights around the dragon. They seem a little lost when they can't do that.
It's going to be tough to do it this time. One thing about the kills too is that KT, both of them have gone on to score, and score's a great jungler, but at the same time on SK Telecom, Bang picks up a kill, Duke picks up a kill, so the gold is just being spread around a little bit better on SKT.
Yeah, it's not going to be too impactful yet with only 1 kill.
It's a little thing, but at this point in the game, usually little things are all you've got, you know?
Especially Duke.
It's all we've got to talk about. Don't take that away from me, Monte Cristo.
We can talk about other things, like how Echo travels in space but not time.
Or Zillion kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, it's true.
He just goes faster. That's not... I mean, I can do that. I can, like, walk and then start running. That doesn't make me travel through time. But he's kind of old, so we just kind of humor him. You're like, okay, Zillion, you're traveling through time, man.
Technically, it does make times pass.
Oh!
Nice.
Stolen.
If you're running, it does make times pass slightly slower due to the theory of relativity.
I suppose. But that's not really, it's not really going to mean a lot, you know? Oh, Faker tries to get away, gets hit by the ult again. Faker just getting picked on so much. This Karma pick is not a mobile champion.
That is the downside
Yeah.
of the Karma pick, is that if they decide to dive you, it can be problematic. And now try and blast him with collateral damage, but good damage going down onto the mid lane turret here.
Yeah, down to about 50% already.
Johnny takes the kill.
Oh yeah. So again, well, the kill's not really getting spread around like you would ideally want them.
So KT, now they have a lot of opportunities. They can actually dive the mid lane turret with Someday in particular, if they so choose. Try and pick up some more kills that way. But yes, the completed Abyssal Scepter for Fly when he has a Nidalee ganking for him is disgusting. I mean, that's just a lot of damage because Faker just, without any kind of MR yet, is going to get shredded by the burst from that combination. Oops.
Okay, that was awkward. Come on, Blank. Wah, wah. Okay, Rift Turret's still going to go down. Duke just taking a little bit more damage from it. But they'll shoot it in its back eye. And they'll take the buff.
You slap it with an electric bat.
That's right. No mosquitoes are getting around Echo.
I think that's what he's got, right? An
He's
electric
got a
bat.
handle. Kind of looks like that. Maybe it's infused with time energy.
Space energy.
He doesn't actually swing it. He just teleports it to where he wants it to be, and it just like gets there so fast you like get hit by it at light speed or something, you know?
That sounds really painful.
Does. Doesn't sound like something that one could survive.
No, I think that would make you like explode.
Probably. Well, score pushed away, but Faker having a tough time. 1-0-3-1 so far this game.
I like how KT seemed perfectly ready for this Karma pick.
Oh yeah.
It was a last pick on the red side, and KT rather had a seemingly very strong game plan going in about how to play around the Karma pick, how to really just abuse its lowish mobility and burst it down. And it's been working quite well.
Well, yeah, I mean, with this Karma, what, you've got the speed boost from the Madrid E, and that's really about it.
Yeah, Faker actually still ahead in gold because he has a Frostwings claim. That's interesting.
Funny. That is significant, too. That he still is managing to be ahead in gold of his lane opponent despite dying 3 times already.
Well, he's still going to be relevant, and ultimately it doesn't really matter how much he dies as long as he can stay even in gold, because his job is basically just to be a mobile shielding unit for Blank and Bang in the mid and late game. So as long as he doesn't fall too far behind him, in fact, it's great that he's ahead, it's not too consequential.
True. SKT pushing up a little bit farther. Dragon's up in a minute again. And they want to be the ones to control this. So far, so good. Getting some deeper wards now. Bang's just going to recall. Going to be able to get back to the Dragon. Yeah, really looks like everybody's setting up for a Dragon, doesn't it?
This is going to be a really good Dragon for KT to fight, though.
Yeah.
80 carry itemization is still low. Blank has not completed his Hex Drinker yet, which means that he's not going to have that damage against the AP burst from, or the shield rather against the AP burst from Someday Score and Fly. The double Abyssal Scepter completion. It's a really good time for KT, I think, to take a fight right here. Also have level 6 on Alistar. I think they should definitely go for this one.
We'll see if SK Telecom wants to fight it too. They seem to be setting up for it. They've got the wards. They've got great vision around this, so they're certainly not going to lose because of lack of information.
They're going to have a chance to get the blue buff, though, before that starts. Fly already with his. A nice opportunity while the blue buff is being taken to clear out some vision.
Here we go. This is not the best start. As Wolf has to just go away. They use the Sivir ultimate just to push him off. They're going to try to catch Bang while Bang way on his own. Teleport comes in from Faker, pops a shield right away. They're going to try to rejoin the team. Duke coming down too. Onto that minion. SKT is there.
That was actually really well played by SKT to cover for Bang overextending.
It's very close. KT all grouped up right now. What can SKT do about this big mass slow into that Trundle pillar?
Yeah, they're gonna try and
Baker.
they're gonna try and poke here with their abilities and with the Q from Karma.
Right.
So actually they denied the good engage from KT. KT can't get a flank anymore unless they walk all the way around the Dragon Pit, and there's a pink ward in the Tri-Brush. So SKT really saving that with the use of their 2 teleports.
Wow, I thought that was going to go
Well,
really bad.
That was really well played by them. And engage just everybody from KT too far out, even with that Sivir ultimate to make it work. Now they're going to have some trouble.
Yeah, Dragon being taken, Dragon getting low. It does go over to SK Telecom, and the engage happens. Sajani jumping in, getting burst immediately. Duke forced on the fight a little bit. Score kind of on his own. It's an awkward angle for KT. SK Telecom certainly looks good right now. Someday a little bit low. Blank has to flash away. Someday comes in with the ultimate, gets the big stun. Blank does go down to Score. Bang on the side, trying to do damage to Arrow. A kill on each side. Arrow low, SKT chasing. They can clean this one up. There's one for Bang. And SKT get the Dragon, and they trade 1 for 2. That's a win.
That was really good from SKT in a fight where I think KT had a big advantage, but they couldn't get the proper engage. They need flanks with this Lissandra and the Kennen to get into the backline and disrupt the 280 carries. When they're just staring each other down like that, 5 versus 5, SKT will have that advantage. They've got a lot of peel and a lot of protection for Bang and Blank to go off. Got to get that Lissandra and the Kennen back there. So
impressive. Just
really well done by SK Telecom.
Yeah, the response to save Bang and then this. I mean, just everybody in a great spot when the engage finally happens.
The poke from Karma's Q softened up the targets on KT well in advance. Someday doesn't have his Zonias yet, so he's really at the mercy of some of that early poke in spite of having the MR. And Trundle Pillar, Bang's going to pop over the wall to finish that one off. Duke with the phase shift. Phase dive, excuse me. Whatever it's called.
Shift, dive, I don't know.
Arcane shift, phase dive, whatever.
You don't have the Olympic high shift, do you? No, it's a high dive. It's an Olympic phase dive.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, man, that sounds pretty cool.
It's way better than curling.
That's true. That's definitely true. Although I've never tried it. Maybe curling is really fun.
Do you like sweeping? I
like bowling, and it's kind of like slower, more methodical bowling, where people are helping the ball to go to the right place. Sort of. I thought you didn't like it. Now you're changing your mind. Jeez. Flip-flopping. Never run for office, Monty.
So they say, flip-flopper. Changing my opinion on curling.
Waffle Cristo. Yep, we know.
I'd eat a Waffle Cristo.
Waffle Cristo? That sounds like your restaurant chain after casting doesn't quite pan out, you know? Come to Waffle Cristo. We have great brunch.
I'd be down. I'd start a brunch restaurant.
It's hard to get good waffles in Korea. Yeah.
Not if you're casting with me, duh. I offer the best waffles.
Well, I'll be coming over tomorrow morning for some delicious waffles.
Not those kind of waffles.
Don't disappoint me. No, I meant... What?
I waffle the best.
Oh, Score. What is it with Jungler's taking the blue buff lately, man? It's been happening a lot, hasn't it?
Just trolling, you know?
I guess. Hidden feature. Blue buff randomly goes to the jungler. No, that's not true.
Well, I like SKT's position in this game now. Certainly, both teams still in it, but if they can continue to deny the TP flanks and the TP plays, KT has to tighten up their engages because this is an execution-heavy composition. You can't just sort of stand there in the front line with a Kennen and eat a bunch of poke like you could with a Maokai or a Nautilus or something like that.
Right.
That is going to have higher defensive stats. You pick this champion to avoid the Trundle ultimate. And if you do that, well, you got to be able to pull the trigger properly and set up those good slicing kills.
Yeah, Someday just really seemed unsure about when he wanted to go in last game. Or last fight, rather.
He didn't have a choice. That's the big problem. There were no good options after they tried to catch Bang out the bottom side and were foiled by the TPs from SK Telecom. And like you said, this game is incredibly important. The winner of this game is likely going to be the second place team in the regular season, and that means one less best of 5 that you have to play in the playoffs. So
yeah, essentially these guys are playing for the chance to only need to play one best of 5 to get to the grand final
instead of 2, which is huge. Give away so much information when you have to play another best of 5.
Yep.
And all of our playoffs, except for the finals, take place in 1 week. There's very little time to adapt.
Yeah. It's the gauntlet. It's hard to make it through.
Gauntlet is
How about the gauntlet?
merciless.
It is. It's hardcore, man. Meta Barons. Hardcore.
Hardcore like a Meta Baron?
Right.
Are you hardcore like a Meta Baron, Doa?
Not that hardcore.
At least you're honest.
Yep. I know my limits.
Meta Baron is too far?
I would not be able to survive without a head. Meta Barons can do that.
We know a regular Baron can't do that.
No.
Even though he's got a lot of heads.
He's got a lot of extra heads. You think he could survive without 1 or 2, but we haven't seen it tested. A lull in the action as SKT just kind of bides their time until the next dragon. And really, you know, why not? They've got the control right now. Next dragon up in 10 seconds, though. And actually, this time it's KT who has a little bit better angle on this.
Does somebody have Hourglass? As he recalls. That's
let's see.
Aha!
He does. So SKT going for an early Baron, trying to trade that dragon. But it looks like KT has caught wind of this.
Hijinks are afoot.
They're coming in, Baron at about half health. I don't know if this is going to work. SKT backing off. Sneaky Baron try from SKT, but it didn't quite work. KT called it. Now KT dashing down towards the dragon.
I mean, they still have to respect the fact that SKT could be doing this Baron. Fly.
They could.
Going to E over the wall just to get some vision in. And here
setting
comes
the trap. Oh, the trap has been sprung, but not very effectively. Now Wolf going to dash forward, and look at this, a flank coming in. Duke from behind. Van getting a great angle on a score, keeping him and Someday out. Someday looking for a way to come in. There it is. Can an ultimate Faker and Blank stay out of it, though? Meanwhile, they actually get a couple of them. KT trying to turn this one around. They get 3, I thought, with where Faker was in that one. It would work out, but no. KT's going to go right for Baron after this.
The big problem right there is that Fly clogged the choke point with his ultimate, and then they chained that CC directly into Sunday's ult. And now KT going to try and rock this Baron, but they are not very tanky right now. This is a bit of a risk.
Blank
Faker has his full HP with a lot of poke, so TP coming back in from Fly.
Yep, that's right.
They can't do Baron. It's unrealistic for their composition at 23 minutes. Especially if they don't have an Alistar ultimate and Faker right there. The mantra Qs are just too scary. Let's take a look at this one again. Duke gets it. He tries to kill Arrow. Remember, he has that Iceborne Gauntlet already, so trying to slow it up. But then we see Fly, really the hero of this fight right here. Self-ulting, keeps Duke and Wolf on the opposite side, gives some time for Someday and for Arrow to actually take down these members. Fly played that really well. I didn't think that engage was going to go so well.
SKT trying to take a dragon. Now they come in and Score actually steals it away. Fly ults himself. SKT backing off. The culling is used. Duke trying to come from the side. So 1 dragon to 2 now. That was big. KT preventing that 3rd dragon. That's going to make it a lot harder for SK Telecom to get 5.
Deny that too. Fly again. Normally we would see at this point in the game the Lissandra more concerned with ulting somebody and trying to burst them down, but clogging up choke points by ulting herself and getting that heal off is exactly what they've needed to contest in some of these team fights. It's about either doing that at the choke to secure the Baron, or the Dragon in this case, or you do it so that, as we take a look at SKT, I thought they might start the Baron right there. Or you do that to split up the members of SK Telecom and punish a flank like we saw from Duke. So Fly doing great.
Yeah, a little bit of a lead now in terms of gold for KT Rolster. It's a close game 1.
It's anybody's game though, right?
It really is.
Arrow has to be a massive carry in the late game because all of the other damage is magic damage. So Aegis, Abyssal Scepter, these items are going to be extraordinarily effective for the members of SK Telecom.
Yeah. Score's getting out of control too. 4-0-0 on this Nidalee.
Yeah, I think KT has to take a bigger edge. The thing to consider too is the more MR they get, obviously that transfers to the Mantred Karma shield too. So the shielding combined with a lot of MR is going to make it very, very hard to kill a SKT in a team fight.
That's a good point. And SKT, so good at team fighting usually. You need to have it be flawless if you're going to take these guys down.
SKT not particularly worried about a Baron at the present time. Duke, he's going to have his TP back up sooner. Try and split push and make plays around that. KT is going to be the more TP dependent team in this game just because it's more required that they get the flanks out. KT is all in, right? Everybody has to get in quite close to maximize their damage, even the Nidalee. Meanwhile, SKT is going to be playing a little bit further back and trying to use Duke and Wolf in the front line. And play a little bit more at range.
Now Duke doesn't have his teleport, so if Fly decides to come in from the top, maybe they could get a fight going. They've got a small window to try to capitalize on this. It doesn't look like they're going to use it.
It's been a really close game.
Yeah, really, really close. Still only about 1,000 gold lead for KT Rolster.
Score also going for the Rylai's as a second item, so pretty tanky. He's trying to make up for the relative lack of tankiness on this cannon.
Yep.
For the time being.
Recall.
Still adding a little bit more peel as well for the Sivir because it really, really matters that this Sivir stays alive the later we go into this game.
Absolutely. SKT, though, just so many carry tools. I mean, we've seen Bang really kind of pull games out of the fire on this Lucian.
Wow, Phantom Dancer second. There's a rare Sivir build that we don't see very often. People typically like to go Essence Reaver into Shiv.
Well, I think KT knows they're going to have to do a lot of team fighting, so you might as well go for as much crit as you can, right, on that Sivir.
Also, the static Shiv does magic damage. So when you know they're going to be itemizing heavily into MR anyway,
true.
I think that this might be more efficient in this particular situation. Now, obviously, the combination of a crit with a static Shiv crit can do a lot, but when everybody's already just prioritizing magic resist because of your team composition, maybe it does make a little more sense to go for the Phantom Dancer second.
Yeah. SKT trying to create some pressure on Baron right now. It looks like 2 minutes until the next dragon. Someday gets poked by Bang. Here comes Duke. Turn back up. Well, they may have caught a Chani here. They get the Alistar ult. That's pretty big.
Aha, but Chani is immune to face checks when he's playing Alistar, though.
That's right. His ult cooldown isn't, though.
Chani with a distortion enchantment. But seeing this rush more and more on Korean support players, really prioritizing having that flash up to make plays and to execute dives at all possible moments in the game.
Makes sense. Be able to make the plays.
Yeah, Banshee's Veil for Duke. QSS now into Bang.
Right.
Not like Fly was really prioritizing ulting people anyway, but he's harder now. And the Locket Rush here for Wolf. Crucial pick up alongside the Abyssal Third and, of course, the Ma Malmortius. SKT's going to be happy just to run this game as late as they can.
Right. I mean, even though it's going to take longer, they still can go for 5 dragons, I suppose. Right?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
And also, I just think they have a stronger late game composition. And the only thing they need is just to keep stacking MR. And if they can somehow kill Arrow, well, KT's not going to win a team fight.
Seems that way. Dragon up in 10. Faker playing a little bit forward. Be careful.
Actually going for death.
Yeah. I suppose, I
think you need to go Void Staff right now.
I was going to say, yeah, magic penetration might be a little bit more handy than just straight up damage.
Obviously has some with the Abyssal Scepter.
Yep. Dragon's up. SKT still looking for their third. KT looking for their second. Teleport's up for everybody right now.
Well, actually, since he has Sork Shoes and Abyssal, Deathcap is probably better right now.
Okay.
Before people get too much, because that percent only kicks in. You know, once the MR actually starts getting higher, the members of SKT, he's got a lot of flat holes.
Oh, Duke going in onto Someday, trying to get some damage on. If he can chunk him out before the Dragon, that's huge. Tries to get him with the parallel convergence, can't quite do it. Someday on the run. Either way, Someday has to use his ultimate to stay alive. Duke going in. There's the Zonias. Duke staying under turret. Oh, he misses the Q though. Can he get the kill? He does, but he gets ulted. Meanwhile, SKT runs right over to Baron. The top laners are traded. I don't know if SKT can do this one in time. They're going for it. No, they're turning around. Achani comes in. Score a little bit low after the exhaust. Bang backing away. Oh, gets headbutted back in. And SKT has made a crucial mistake. KT Rolster takes out the AD carry. Now they're going after Blank. Going after Faker. Backing off a little bit. They've punished them enough. And SKT, that was a very bold Baron call.
This game is balancing on a knife's edge right now.
Kidding.
Had Duke not been interfered with by Fly, who didn't even have to use teleport to get that, you can see that 1v1 potential against the Kennen right now is absolutely huge for him. With that Iceborne Gauntlet, has completed his Sunfire Cape. He just does a lot of ambient damage. And Someday here, everybody has to just try and flash to get out of this one. Zonia's Hourglass. Duke is going to try and turn it around with the Time Winder. Gets the kill, but from the follow-up, ults right back underneath the turret, and there's the cleanup. That nearly goes sideways, though, for KT Rolster. If that's a one-for-one trade and Duke can just recall and then TP to the Baron, like, the game's over. So SKT with the aggressive play. But there wasn't a counterplay that KT could do. Okay, they got a Dragon. I guess that's fine. You know, they got something out of it, but at the end of the day, SKT just dictating the pace of this game. They're in the driver's seat right now, especially when they can make plays like this, and KT doesn't really have an answer to Duke's split push right now.
Well, Score steals the big Raptor again. He's been really good at doing that with the spears.
Someday's changed his build. He is going Void Staff now. All right.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and
Although
Duke,
he could still build Deathcap out of that, couldn't he?
sure, yeah, but he had the needlessly large and the blasting wand, and then he bought an Amp Tome, so I'm going to assume that he is changing his mind. Nope, just Deathcap.
Yeah, I think you need ammo.
Yeah, you do.
Deathcap
Yeah,
now.
you do.
I thought you were a good analyst.
No, I just thought he would. I thought he would pivot because of the.
Oh, Faker caught again. Are you kidding me? Wow.
That burst is huge. They can catch you like that, Score and Fly. They're single target damage. We've been seeing that all game, and that's going to be massive. Does KT want to try and make a Baron play off of this without the Karma?
I mean, the thing to consider here is that since the Korean teams consolidated, since the sister teams were ditched, KT has never beaten SK Telecom in a match.
Yep.
Not a best of 3, not a best of 5. So a win here today would be monumental.
Rip Baby Dragon.
I know. All right, KT, their turn to try to go for Baron.
They're going to turn.
Baker's still
Kennen
dead.
into base.
That's the idea.
They want a team fight.
They're going to try to teleport in and make something out of this. Duke engages onto Fly a little bit. Fly coming in. There's a teleport from Someday. Trying to come in. Pops the ultimate a little bit early. Only gets Blank, but that may be enough. Kill comes in for KT already as Blank falls. Faker teleports down to the fight right away. SK Telecom trying to turn it around in a 4v5. Fly goes in onto Bang. Pops the zone. Is Bang knocked up by Achani. Faker picks up a kill though. One in response from Score. SK Telecom trying to hold on to this one. Faker chasing Someday away. They have this fight. There goes Achani. Double kill for Duke, and SK Telecom turning it around in a 4v5. Duke finds Score, and it's going to be tough for that Nidalee to get away. Parallel Convergence doesn't get the stun. Duke's going to dive under turret, though. Score trying to get back to his base. Duke pursuing, and there's another one. 3 kills in that fight. He's 6-2-1 now. And just when you think SKT's in trouble, they have a fight like that.
Yeah, and that fight too, again, they played so well around Someday's teleport flanks. Someday just couldn't find the opportunity to get an ult off right there that was terribly meaningful. Remember, he doesn't have flash up, so he can't just flash there, and they know that. Blank is the sacrificial lamb, but what a waste of a Kennen ultimate. He needs to hit a lot of people with that. Otherwise, these team fights don't go up. Faker respawns, gets the TP, and then re-engages right here. Score tries to go very aggressive to finish him off. Ssumday, he simply can't duel with Faker right now at that HP. Faker comes back with a shield on himself, and Duke, who's this absolute monster of an Echo right now, there's just no getting away from him, and I think that's the big problem. With the buffs to Echo, first off, they lowered the cooldown on his Q, the Time Winder, so you can get repeated slows. Then they lowered the cooldown on his phase dive.
Baron from SK Telecom, they're going to try to take it. Duke in the backline's preventing KT from coming in. The Baron does go over to SK Telecom. Fly manages to get into the Baron pit at the end, but there goes Arrow, there goes the damage. Duke with a kill already. Faker did go down early on in that, but it's still a fight that goes SKT's way. They've got the Baron. And this is going to be a couple objectives going over to SKT now.
Yeah, Duke now with the GA. I mean, there's no stopping this guy.
I've seen this one before.
He can chase anybody down at this point.
Yep. Shani comes in to save his jungler. SKT, though, they've got a big minion wave in top. Somebody has to do something about the bottom wave at some point, but they can take a turret or two here.
They're going to get a couple.
Yeah, probably just going to back off after this one. Yep. They've got some time. They can recall. They actually sent Duke down to bot lane. He's got his teleport if he needs to rejoin the team. Dragging up in a minute 32. Let's watch that Baron fight again.
Yeah, the score actually just wasn't even close to that one. So KT not respecting the fact that this could actually be done. Ssumday doesn't even have his ultimate up. I mean, there's basically no way to fight this. I think KT just had to let it go. At least they got Faker, so there's one less person that has a Baron buff. But
Faker walked up and got crit in the face by Arrow.
Yeah. But this game, now they can get the Baron, but it's still a 1,000 gold game at 37 minutes in.
Yeah, it's really close. 13 to 12 in kills. The turrets are dead even. Score and Arrow looking for a pick onto Duke here, but a lot of SK Telecom members close by. Duke's gonna face check the brush, gets jumped on by 3 people. Can he get out? Makes it out with the ultimate. Ajani pops the ult to try to stay alive. He's tankier now. Ssumday looking for a flank. He's going to loop around from the top. No, he's actually
Wolf
falling
doing?
back. I don't know, man.
Wolf gets out. He actually gets out an ultimate.
What? Are you kidding me? How did he get Ssumday to ult there?
I don't know. He used his ult, and then
I guess
he actually got the. That's huge. Ssumday, big mistake. You can't use your slicing maelstrom right there. You need to wait till your TP comes back up.
Well, not on just the support. I can't believe he ulted right there. SKT's going to get a bottom lane tier 2. Dragon coming up in just 10 seconds. They're going to turn around and probably go for that as Duke pushes up the mid lane a little bit more. SKT, when it comes down to it, just seems to be playing these conflicts, these fights, just a little bit better than KT. Let's watch this again. Now, how in the world does Wolf do this?
Yeah, so Wolf gets caught out right there.
Right, as we see SKT take the third dragon.
All right, Ssumday comes around to help. They think they can make a pick, but...
What? He just wanted to... All right.
I mean, you're not going to burst that guy down after
No.
he has used his Trundle ult anyway.
Interesting.
Bizarre decision.
Yeah.
I think what's better there is that they could have just tried to collapse on the bottom side instead.
Well, SK Telecom has taken a dragon and 3 turrets and a couple kills off of this Baron already. So pretty successful. They've taken the gold lead. Being like 3k down. Oh, Faker gets ulted again and they blow him up. And now SKT finds himself again in a 5v4. Make it a 5v3. Wolf on his own and Bang just piecing out of that one. He's like, see you guys. Good luck, Wolf. And a double kill for Ssumday. So KT certainly not out of this one yet by a long shot.
But what does that mean? Flying with another crucial engage right there, using his flash to get into that little conflict. He has been the core member in these team fights for KT when they've been winning this game because they haven't been able to find the flanks. So
That's right.
We're gonna keep on pushing forward right here. We could see that inhibitor go down.
Maybe.
Waiting for a minion wave. They're gonna have to wait a really long time. KT, this fight actually just probably isn't gonna mean very much. They get a turret, that's about it. So not really much given up there by SKT in spite of losing that many members.
Well, the gold pretty much evened up. It's the end of the Baron buff for SKT, but they did get a lot done with it.
Score has been great at following up on the crowd control from Fly. I mean, look at him right now. He's 7-1-4 in this game. Has a death cap on Italy.
Wow.
Again, I think the Void Staff needs to come first in this game, but that's fine. Score, but you can see the damage he's doing. Gets into the back line too, starts to turn his attention onto Wolf. Duke decides that it's better just to get out of there after
kill
helping
Fly.
to take down Fly. And he is absolutely correct. Stay alive should be the priority.
But Faker's just so fragile. And the funny thing is, even at 1, 6, and 8, he's still putting out a ton of damage, too. So it doesn't really matter all that much on this Karma if you die, I suppose. But it's tough to stay safe on that Karma.
Interesting. Mortal Reminder here. Arrow. That will help with the self-healing from the Trundle ultimate. So it has that.
Suppose.
It has that effect.
There's not a lot of armor to deal with, though, from SKT, is there?
Well, I mean, Echo's pretty damn armor-filled at this point. Randuin's
Yeah, I suppose. It's true.
Iceborne and Guardian Angel. But actually both players going Moral Reminder, and this helps against Lysandra healing up too. Because remember, a lot of these team fights have been turned from Fly ulting himself. So in a weird way, the QSS will prevent Fly from ulting Bang, and then Bang's Moral Reminder will prevent Fly from ulting himself. And we also see the Ricochet, which will likely hit Wolf, because that's a lot of HP that Trundle gets back, actually. I think it's 17.5% instantly and then 17.5% over 4 seconds. So you can make him squishier at the very least. And also Duke, when he ults, will not self-heal for as much. So this is one of those rare times where I think Mortal Reminder is probably a good choice for both sides. Also Faker, with his Tether, will heal for 20% of his HP on initial cast and also on the second proc of it. So there's actually a lot of reason to buy a Mortal Reminder this game. I actually like it. I think that's the first time I've ever said that.
But will you ever like the Duskblade of Drakthar?
No, I hate that. I know.
All right. Thought there was a chance.
Well, I might like it if they change it.
So if it becomes a different item, basically.
But they buff it.
All right.
Problem is, if they buff it, it's going to be broken. They really can't do much with that. Also, Diddly heal.
Yeah.
There's a lot to like, I think, about the Mortal Reminders from both of these AD carries. Voice Stuff is done now. On to score, so at least they've got that going for them.
Well, we are into an epic game one, man. All the way to 42 minutes. Tons of gold.
It's a really good game.
Yeah. Very, very close. Good play from both sides. It's the Baron. SKT got the last one. Can they get number 2? Dragon up in 1:20 as well, so that's also something to think about as we move to the super late game.
2-3, the Dragon score. So KT, can they find the flags?
Here we go. Engage. Well, maybe not coming in. Okay.
Don't get too excited.
I was excited. Culling used, takes a big chunk on a fly. Here comes Duke. Teleport used by KT as well. SK Telecom just pushing KT back. Someday trying to come from the side. He gets it with the ult. Oh, gets pushed out immediately though by Blank. Didn't really get the greatest one. KT still with a good angle though. Banks so low. Big shield from Faker though. Duke makes it over the wall only to ult himself. No, there's a Guardian Angel bringing it back. Fly ults himself though. Duke trying to stay alive, can't quite do it. A kill comes in for score. SKT on the run. Bang just too low to participate in this one. Someday finally found that flank he was looking for.
You can really see how both of these teams are prioritizing these team fights.
Yep.
Here we go.
Fly from behind, he
Nice.
blows up Bang. And now Faker on his own, trying to finish off Fly. I don't know if he can do it though, that's gonna be tough. Misses with that last Q. Yeah, that's not bad.
Huge, and they're going to try and wrangle the remaining members of SKT.
Now Faker trying to run. Wolf putting down the pillar, but here comes Hachani. There's a headbutt pulverized. Faker blown up. Wolf trying to get away. Blank is back already. Not able to win anything here. Gold dead even between these two teams. What can KT get out of this?
Well, they may be able to get a Baron. Although TP is up for Faker, he's very effective in using it. I think KT just needs to take down an inhibitor and then play around the Baron after that.
I know Bang's coming up in about 20 seconds, but I think that should be enough time for them to get this inhibitor.
Yeah, it will be.
All right. So KT, after 45 minutes, the first to claim an inhibitor in this game. And they're just going to keep pushing. Oh boy. Wow, they want to try to end it right here, going after the Nexus turrets. They take one of them down. SK Telecom, they're still in a 3v5 situation. Now it's 4v5. Bang coming in. Achani with the engage. A kill already. They're going after the Nexus. They're just going to burst it. And KT just bull rushes their way into the base for a Game 1 win.
Fantastic game.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic. That last little team fight right there, you could tell what SKT was doing. They were so good at preventing Ssumday from hitting multiple people with his ultimate, and they knew that Duke had to be sent in on an assassination mission to kill Arrow, because he was the only major damage threat left. Once the crowd control of the Kennen was gone, that was the major factor. Duke, he just couldn't kill Arrow in that last fight right there. They got a little bit too far away from each other. Arrow did the most damage that game, unsurprisingly, but Duke, pretty close number 2 overall. That was really a great game. KT managing to find the picks, and one of those rare times you see that big Nidalee carry too, with Fly doing such a great job of setting up for Score to get the spear and then pounce in Cougar form and execute whatever target that happened to be caught up.
It was just a great game. I mean,
it was a fantastic game.
Well played by both teams. KT coming out a little bit ahead, but this series could still really go either way. And
I mean, it was anybody's game, right? Till the very end right there. And
what a best of 3, though, man. It's a battle for second place. It means so much. SKT needs to come back.
I'm excited to see some of those team fights again. Those are such high-level team fights that you really need to. I need some more time with replays to go back and check those out to fully grok everything that's happening in those engagements. Fly, though, showed up for sure.
Well, guys, tell your friends, tell your grandparents, tell everybody you know, pets, any sentient being you can find, sit them down in front of your TV or computer, because this is potentially the best series we've had all season. SKT versus KT Game 2 coming up on OGN Champions Spring right after this. welcome back to Champion Spring. Score gets the MVP for some pretty awesome Jungle Nidalee play.
That's right. I mean, he was great that game. No denying that. His team fighting and his follow-up. Personally, for me, we picked Fly.
Yeah.
Not the score wasn't great, but Fly saved so many of those engagements.
These are Fly highlights.
Score just walked
Score just walked up and autoed him, man. I don't know.
But a lot of these engagements where SKT did such a good job of accounting for the Kennen, it's Fly setting him up, getting him these choke points. And Score was great at following up on it, knew exactly what to do, got super fed, and cleaned up the kills. But I think if Fly doesn't play like a god this game, then something's very wrong. And probably KT doesn't win. Catch Faker out right there, doesn't have QSS, so can't get out of the crowd control. And this is the last fight. No, it's not the last fight of this game. Excuse me. Gonna pop over the wall right there.
Beginning of the end. We can say it like that.
Yeah, it is. Fly gets the self ult off, gets enough healing to stay alive. They chase down the remaining members of SKT and decisively close the game after that last fight. But it was anyone's game there up until the very bitter end.
So, for now, it looks like a really good SK, or a really good KT has come to play. Coleman not too happy as he steps into the booth for game number 2. Can't blame him. It was a close game 1, though. And it's really hard to call who's going to take the series.
Is Coach Lee now in the booth for KT Rollstars? We'll see how they adapt as they go down this series. We'll see more of that karma. How much do these teams want to show? But I think you got to show everything you got right now.
Yep. So it is almost time to get the picks and bans for game number 2. And we'll see what gets taken away. Here we go. A battle for second place, a battle to avoid an extra best of 5 going into the grand finals. That's what's at stake for both of these teams.
Barring any sort of incredible upset by Spenu versus SKT or Kongnu versus KT in the last match of the season.
Yes,
right?
of course.
We assume that's not going to happen. But it definitely is not all sealed up quite yet. Azir going to be the ban, and so will Varus, so no ban changes yet, despite the team switching sides. Zilean would be another ban for SKT. KT is so good at turret diving with Zilean that it is a dangerous pickup. They are going to straight up deny the Graves. Now, this means they're going to try and first pick Kindred, which is typical SKT blue side. Whether it's Bengi, whether it's Blank, the way they play is first picking Ignos.
Zilean banned out. They just don't want to deal with what has been one of Fly's best champions. This does still leave the Lissandra open, though, unless KT bans it away.
Corki also up.
True. Poppy, Maokai, a lot of powerful picks. Callista.
Ban the Kindred here. But either way, Blank will get Nidalee. So maybe you don't ban the Kindred. Maybe you say, okay, well, we're going to get one of those picks. And it will be the Lulu ban.
Okay. Yep, so they'll let one of those through.
Sivir up still, and Sivir will be first picked. Sivir first picked in, what? All 3 games she wasn't banned in today.
Wow. Well,
and that's not surprising. That's kind of what I expected to happen with Sivir.
We've seen metas like this before, haven't we? So 2 picks over to KT. What do you grab here? Just your jungler and Lissandra, maybe? Or is that... No, it's too early to grab Lissandra, I suppose. But
I don't think you want to... Well, maybe you want to deny it from Faker. If you can force him onto... Thing is, he's going to play Corki.
It seems like it's one of the
SKT is going to play Corki if you let them have it. So it's a little bit of a conundrum here. Do you take the Corki and the Kindred? No, you're going to take the Echo.
Echo Kindred, okay.
And the Kindred.
Yeah, so Elise, Nidalee, obviously a couple of different choices there for SK Telecom.
Now you may pivot here into Corki Gragas. That might be an option, so you have some tankiness out of the jungle. But if you then play a tanky top laner like Poppy, you really start to run the risk of getting trundled here in support.
Especially if you run Alistar Poppy.
Well, I mean, you can't steal Alistar's ultimate, so that doesn't really matter.
Well, no, but he's a pretty tanky guy in general, though.
Yeah, still gonna ult
Not bad. What if the Poppy's not around? What do you do then, huh? You ult the Alistar.
Okay.
Alistar Poppy picked up. KT thinking about grabbing that Corki. Might not be a bad idea.
And you can still take the Lissandra in the mid lane if you want to. Might just save that last pick for Fly, though. He does have a surprising champion pool, including that Malzahar, but they played the Malzahar into Rise.
Right.
When they beat Rocks Tigers. Yeah, so they're going to take the Trundle. I think this is wise. You take Trundle Corki here, and then you can save your last pick. And they don't really have an answer to the Trundle anymore besides buying the QSS onto Poppy.
And are they thinking about just giving that Lissandra to Faker now?
Lissandra blind pick obviously fine here, but
Yeah.
you're going to have to play Lissandra in Italy. You need more damage. This is really risky, I think. Unless you're going to build Elise for the damage. Obviously, you have very strong ganks with this combination. Many ways to set up and chain the crowd control. But in the late game, you're ultra reliant on the Sivir. Super reliant, because Elise is going to fall off. They do have strong ganks in every single lane, though. Once they hit 6 with the Poppy, you've got the knock up there, straight into a Cocoon. So strong laning phase. If they can start to snowball off of kills, that could be pretty crucial. GP being considered into the Lissandra right now. That would not be the most Fly-like champion in the world to take.
Yeah, they were hovering over TF as well.
TF would make, I think, more sense.
I think so too.
In fact, Fly has not played a game of Gangplank at all this season.
Well, they could go for the victor, just go for the wave clear, but it's really looking like it's going to be the Gangplank. 5 seconds left. And it will be okay, so GP.
Fly's first game on Gangplank.
Yeah.
When this team has played Gangplank, it has been someday in the top lane playing GP. He's played it 5 times. One of his top 4 most played champions of the season. And instead, they're going to mix it up. So Fly gets a chance to play the Pirate, and it'll take some nice scaling here, but I think when you see the Lissandra Elise combination, you have a choice to make, Doa. That choice is play without TP and play with Cleanse as a mid laner, or play Gangplank, who has removed Scurvy.
I think Gangplank's a pretty easy choice here. He removes much more than Scurvy, though.
That's right. He removes tombs that are frozen.
Remove tombs. That sounds like an ability that a lot of people would like to have. Yeah.
Only if you're buried alive.
That's true. Or if you want to just get like a tomb out of an old pyramid to study it or something, you just remove it.
Yeah. You probably find a lot of treasure that way.
True. Put it back later, of course.
I would.
Or a
put it back.
museum. It belongs in a museum.
I'd let a museum buy it from me, Doa. I agree. It does belong in a museum for a price.
You're like the guy that Indiana Jones was fighting the entire time.
No, he was just going to keep it for himself or sell it to a private collector. I would sell it to a
I don't
museum.
know. I think early on he was.
I
But
would sell it to a museum for a smaller price. Let's say about that.
You are so benevolent. Yeah, we'll see how benevolent KT wants to be going into this one. I don't think they want to give SKT any leeway, though.
Definitely an interesting matchup here. I like the pivot to the Gangplank in the mid lane.
That's right.
I'll talk about it in a minute.
All right, SKT trying to tie it up. Can they do it? Second place on the line. Let's get in the game.
Hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
All right, here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift once again. SK Telecom taking on KT Rolster, the Telecom War, and for the first time in a long time, SK Telecom finds themselves behind in a best of against their rivals KT Rolster. And a win here will all but cement KT's spot in second place in the regular season. It's not over completely after today, but with the matchups these teams have going into the end of the week, this is pretty much it.
Yeah. It
미니언들이
would seem
생성되었습니다.
relatively easy for both of these teams to finish off the season with a win, making this the really pivotal one.
Yep.
Could decide who takes second, who takes third, who has to play that extra best of 5.
I mean, Spendu and Kongju have a chance to cause some massive upsets later in the week, no matter how this turns out.
Yes, they do, especially because Kongju can upset Samsung as well, potentially.
True.
So not too much of interest going on here. Nobody going to get any kind of run for bomb advantage, and we are going to end up with the standard lanes. No Maokai in this game, bit of a surprise, but one thing that I think that KT, as of late, have had a really strong read on the meta, and playing with the double TPs, as we see the playoffs unfold across the LCS regions, and as we wind down to playoffs in Korea and China, a lot of these regions have realized that there's a certain potency to having a utility mid laner right now, because here's the thing, here's why the meta is the way it is, in my opinion. So basically you have these 3 junglers in Kindred, Graves, and Nidalee that are generally considered top tier. Sometimes you're going to throw an Elise in there because she does provide reliable ganking, but you really build a team composition where, like SK Telecom have done, they have the hard CC in each of their lanes to get the kills. But the thing also that Nidalee possesses, even if she doesn't possess great late game damage, which is a negative compared to a lot of these other jungle picks that we see right now, is at least she has the repel, she has the mobility that Graves and Nidalee and Kindred also possess to get in and out of turrets easily. And the other thing we see is a lot of these tanky melee supports that are capable of diving turrets, which is important. And then, as a result of Sivir getting back in the meta and the Sivir ultimate, so you have all these turret dives, which means that you need to be able to respond quickly. So double TP, because of how fast you can execute a turret dive because of the damage from the junglers that are available right now, coupled with the tankiness of the supports for these dives, means that if you can't just act instantly on these TP ganks, by the time you show up, you're just never going to show up, and your team's going to be dead.
Right.
So you are sort of forced into running double TP, which is why I like what KT has done. They've realized this, and they said, well, crap. Against Lissandra, we don't have a lot of good options for running TP, especially into a big trade. Especially into a Lissandra Elise combination, where every other team this season, when we see this come up, you have to take cleansing mid. Instead, the GP is up, and they decide to use the remove Scurvy instead. And they still have the global GP ultimate and the teleport to respond to any dives that SK Telecom might try and execute with a Poppy and Lissandra TP. So this is a really good situation, a really good answer to what SK Telecom wants to do. And we first saw a lot of these plays because of the Rocks Tigers, and as other teams figured out how the Tigers play, this is sort of the end result right now. So that's a long-winded explanation about why I think the meta is the way it is.
Fascinating. I was enthralled the entire time. I feel like I'm coming out of a dreamlike trance.
Really?
A better League of Legends player.
Well, I hope you absorbed it through osmosis because you weren't listening.
I was totally listening. What are you talking about, man?
Great.
I listened to everything. You said something about a Rocks Tigers being good and the meta changing because of that, and so now you need 2 Ps. 2 TPs.
You need 2 Ps, that's right.
That's right.
I
got it.
1 P is not enough.
No. I remember every word you said, don't worry.
Yeah, great.
Got it.
2 Ps.
Like, is it recess yet? Well, 2 Ps being used by SK Telecom to get back to lane. 1 P over on the 1 P over in the SKT side. 2 on the KT side. Wow. Okay. Corki facing the wrong direction with that Gatling gun, just wasting bullets towards his own side of the map.
And let's see if Faker's actually going to use his P, his 1 P, to get back into lane right here. Looks like he's happy just...
P for port.
P for port. So Fly's probably not too worried about this because if the teleport comes through, he can just respond with the cannon barrage since he's level 6 now. Effective gank stopper.
Yep. Speaking of ganks, Blank wants to try something here. Johnny. All right, Wolf going in. Johnny gets knocked back towards Bang. A lot of damage coming in. There's the GP ult used. It's going to force SK Telecom back, though.
but now they don't have an answer to Faker's teleport, and it's still going to be a little bit before Wolf hits 6 and the threat of a dive is fully realized. And well, it's going to be a farming game, and KT's going to prefer the farming game right now. They're trying to power up this GP. They definitely have a stronger late game than SKT does. They have the tanky front line with the Trundle and the Echo. Duke is going to have to use one of his slots for a QSS to cleanse the Trundle ultimate off. Otherwise, he's just going to die to the combination of Fly, Score, and Arrow. So that's going to be a necessary pick. And then where's the damage coming from the late game? Basically, it's Bang. And
he's going to have to get pretty close to do that damage.
Yes, he is. He's going to have to get
dangerous.
He's going to have to get close. And we saw last game when you start to get ahead on Echo how that affects things. But here's the play.
All right, yep, teleport coming in.
Nicely done.
Faker joining it. They split Echani off from everybody. Faker's actually just going to go right after Arrow, trying to get the 1v1. Uses his E, misses with it though. Can he finish Arrow off under turret? He can. Faker teleports for the first blood. Echani manages to run his way back up to mid lane. Arrow not happy about dying. Can't blame him. That's exactly what you don't want Faker to be able to do.
And there's a reason why we see teams like the Rocks Tigers banning Lissandra away from SKT. Is Faker's very good at getting leads with his champion, and he's very good at team fighting with it and creating those zones in the late game. So that's the kind of play that they need, though, to start to get ahead in this game.
Yeah.
Because they are certainly not going to have that advantage in the late game. But again, it was a system of plays there that SKT made to set that up. And KT should have been ready for it. They should have realized that they were at a TP disadvantage. The Gangplank ultimate was down, so they had to play closer to their turret.
Oh, Blank caught in his own jungle and repel to nowhere, coming right back down. Gonna flash away. I don't think that's going to be enough, though. He's running.
There's no mana, though.
I don't know. Yep, still gets caught. Doesn't matter. Someday helping Score pick up the kill there. Fly actually didn't even get the assist. Poor guy.
You put that barrel down for nothing.
That's right. Oh, well.
Wasted all that gunpowder.
Yep, well, Wolf manages to get a deep ward in. Throughout all this, looks like SK Telecom might want to turn around onto this dragon.
You mean an invisible baby dragon that has just hatched that is going to get murdered?
Yeah.
Ruthlessly?
That's the one.
It's such a cruelty.
I know. You put the baby dragon down in the dragon pit to watch the adult dragon murdered in front of it.
Or, alternatively, you put the baby dragon down in front of the dragon, then you go sweep the pit, and then you just kill its offspring.
Kill the baby dragon.
Right as it's born. It's awful.
Man, what does that word look like when it dies? I wonder. We'll see. I'm sure we'll see it at some point. Duking it out with someday. Can't help but say that every once in a while. It's just because of the guy's name. But we'll see how Fly does on this Gangplank. He's been farming up well. It's been a pretty quiet game overall, but there is a growing lead down in bot lane for Bang and Wolf.
And that's huge because
it is.
He's the late game carry of this team. He needs that advantage.
Yeah, and the earlier he can make that late game scenario happen, the better it is for SKT.
Absolutely. KT is going to have a pretty squishy backline for those Brits to roll in on via the ricochets.
True.
At least they have the Kindred ult.
Someday. This will go on for a while.
Darkseal again. We saw this on the Echo earlier tonight in our last match with Expression. Expression built Corrupting Potion into Doran's Ring into Darkseal, though, so even more strength out of that laning phase. Darkseal will be useful for Sunday when it comes to, of course, getting a little bit of extra AP, but also just getting the extra healing and trading efficiently with Corrupting Potion.
All right. Gank onto Duke. He's got his W up. He's going to actually charge in onto Score. Echani is there. Duke flashes. Gangplank ultimate slowing him down. They're just going to dive this. Someday, though, has to use his ult to get out from under the turret. Duke turning onto Score. Can he get the kill? One more turret hit. Score drops a Kindred ultimate. And he's going to live because of that Lamb's Respite. Meanwhile, Faker and Blank going on to Fly in the mid lane. Going to just chase him away and do a lot of damage to turrets. But what an escape from Duke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Duke's been wonderful tonight. In both of the games, really the hope for carrying SKT in game number one and just dominating Someday in that matchup, and again, just escaping by the skin of his teeth.
SKT getting damaged done across the map. Arrow going in onto Bang. Bang just popping the silver ult to back away.
That was really good by Arrow. He actually stopped a dive from coming through by damaging Bang very heavily and forcing him to use his ultimate right there. So great reaction.
Got a feeling he knew that one was coming
Yes,
in.
he did.
Yeah.
There was a... Johnny was right there to take a look in the jungle, but ultimately Duke, sure he loses his flash, but not too much of a punishment
Yeah.
for escaping that. Not even really going to fall behind when it comes to CS.
And so now things silent again as people start to farm up. Arrow's caught up quite a bit in the CS department.
Yeah, but it's going to get explosive here pretty quickly, Doa. There's all the
Should.
TPs available right now. And SKT needs to continue to put the pressure on, but look at how much damage they got on the mid lane there. Excellent use of time. Now we return to farming.
Oh, yeah. It's great. I heard it's pretty popular with gamers these days.
Farming?
Farming, yep. Running a farm. People love it.
Farm simulator.
Yeah.
Great.
RPG's about owning a farm. Faker really can't kill that mid lane. No, maybe he can. One more auto. Oh, he may have overstayed his welcome here. Gets out on the E.
He's playing more reserved this game, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Coma
he
got to
knows.
him last game. It's
I
like,
think so.
can you stop that, please?
It's like, Faker, I love you, man. You're a great player, but stop dying all the time.
It's been a
Stop
rough
it.
couple weeks in the early game for Faker.
Yeah.
He doesn't overcommit right there. He's going to get that turret eventually. It's just a matter of patience.
Patience is not something Faker has a lot of. Duke misses with the ult. Uh-oh. In a lot of trouble now. Score and Someday trying to grab this one. He's not getting out of this one. Nope. Meanwhile, action down the bot lane too. Arrow and Fly trying to make something happen. Someday coming
here.
down with the teleport. That's right. Wolf zoning to let his AD carry get away. GP ult doesn't do a whole lot. Parallel convergence. Wolf manages to dodge it somehow. Pops his ultimate. There's a lot of damage coming from Bang actually too. Blank comes in. There's Faker with the teleport. And KT may be trapped. Ult onto Fly. He's going to keep chasing. Blank repels down. Can they get any kills out of this? Not quite. Man, close fight on both sides.
And the fact that Duke was dead caused KT to commit double TPs into that bottom lane to try and punish SK Telecom for being overextended. But the Alistar ult and the Sivir ult really saved them right there. But Score just going to stay on the top side. He was the one who wasn't already on that side of the map, and they'll end up trading turrets. But man, both of these teams just playing incredibly well in this series.
Yeah. Definitely an intricate dance going on between these two rivals. Score takes out his turret a little bit later. Actually, Duke may be able to save this one.
Yeah, huge if he can actually save that turret, because SK Telecom may end up just trading that kill. They have a TP advantage now with Duke, and if they can get a turret and the dragon and deny everything from KT, that's actually a really big win there for SK Telecom. As
Well, Faker can kill that mid lane turret really anytime he wants to.
yeah, and it's going to require so much attention. I mean, Fly has to
Yeah.
use all of his barrels just to clear out those waves right now.
It's big. SK Telecom grabs an early lead here.
Bang with a big lead here.
Yeah, well.
Bang and Faker are the ones who are very much ahead. Score, though, doing some work. Got those couple of kills. And a Fed Kindred is a scary Kindred.
Yep, definitely is. Especially one played by Score.
We didn't really talk about this, but it's also worth noting that if Duke engages with his ultimate, they have very few tools besides a headbutt to remove people from a Kindred ult. So
It's true.
let's keep an eye on Duke in some of these team fights and see how he uses Poppy ult, because there is a counterplay, right? If people are going to all group up on top of the Kindred ultimate, you might be able to hit like a bunch of them with a Poppy ultimate, which would be probably the best way to use it in these team fights.
Yeah, there goes that mid lane turret. So SK Telecom jumping out a little bit farther ahead. They're going to lose their top lane, though.
Blank is here.
Yeah, they're going to try to dive Duke here. The turret's still up. There's Blank. Gets a cocoon onto Someday. Someday has to ult away. Duke very low. There's a kill for Score. Turret goes down. They trade top laners. KT comes out with the turret.
So net win there for KT, but getting those kills onto Kindred is absolutely huge. Kindred, a champion that can really carry you in that mid and late game, especially considering it helps out Devour stacks, and he's already pretty far ahead when it comes to farming.
Right. You know, usually this season we've seen like one close game and then the next one ends up being kind of a blowout, but this game's just as close, if not closer, as the last one.
These teams are basically going to be in playoff form right now with the season wrapping down, and considering how much is on the line here, because, of course, getting second and third place, it also guarantees you a certain amount of points to get even to Worlds later this year, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Getting that second place and getting guaranteed top 3 at a bare minimum and not getting eliminated a round before could mean the difference between going to Worlds and not going to Worlds. That's how crucial this particular best of 3 is.
Yeah. And on top of all that, if KT wins this series, it'll be the first time they've won since the great Korean Exodus, since the teams consolidated into just one.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been 13-2 in terms of game score, with SKT heavily dominating this matchup. And it will be a little bit of a surprise, too, that if KT can do this without having Peekaboo. And switching out for Hachani, Fly also has been... We talked about his stats coming into this game. Lowest gold percentage. He gets less of the team's gold than any other mid laner. He also does less damage as a percentage of the whole than any other mid laner in this league. Faker is on top pretty much of both of those categories. So Fly, he's been the ultimate support mid, basically. Doesn't take a lot of resources. A lot of that goes over to Someday and Score instead. But also doesn't contribute a whole lot.
Oh, Duke fighting with Someday again. Here comes the teleport. Faker coming in. Pops at E. Someday's just going to ult backwards. Meanwhile, Wolf caught a little bit by KT. Blank comes in. They're going to try to get the kill on the Someday. They will. And Wolf with the ultimate. He's going to re-engage. I don't know. Okay, Bang is there now. Can they fight this? I think they're just going to be happy with getting that kill onto Someday.
I love this double teleport meta, though. I think it's really fun to watch. I think it creates so many strategic options on the map and ways for teams to just try and throw a punch and then react to each other, right? Because now SK Telecom's going to go for the Rift Herald. Look at this. KT is here. They've got 10 seconds till Someday has TP, and he's back alive.
Duke in the front lines, though. They're going to back away. The Rift Herald isn't worth it, guys. Back off. GPL drop. Wolf going in. He doesn't have his ultimate, though. Faker gets, well, actually, Fly gets blown up. 2 kills coming in from the KT side, though. Someday going to teleport back to the fight. Duke slowed down by that pillar. Bang turning to do some more damage, but Someday's zoning him out. Faker looks like he wants to come back in. Score so low. Faker trying to chase. There's a Kindred ultimate. He gets the kill anyway. And Bang and Faker turning this one around. There's Blank. Faker finally gets killed off, though.
Someday is going off, though.
Yeah, Someday is closing out this fight. Throws down the parallel convergence. Doesn't even need it to get the kill onto Blank. They're just going to go right onto this turret with this big minion wave.
So,
wow.
Ultimately, right there, it's like 3 for 4 in favor of KT because they killed Wolf at the start of that fight.
Right.
And we're going to take a look at that one again. So this is what happens. I mean, they engage with the GP ultimate early on. Great decision there from Fly. It does trade 1 for 1 for Fly for the Alistar, and then we've got this 4v4 going on. Duke is going to get zoned out via the Trundle Pillar. Score, of course, going to get a little bit low. And watch what Score does right here. Drops the ultimate, and he's going to try and just get out and flash to the edge to survive on the low ground. But Faker has a ward there, so he's able to clean him up. Now Someday just flashing on forward right there. Has that Iceborne Gauntlet. We saw this last game. The ability to just kite people and to chase them down with the extra movement speed from the Z-Drive Resonance, which is Echo's passive, combined with the Iceborne, is just overwhelming. Like, you're overextended against an Echo, he is going to kill everybody on the way back to safety.
Yeah. You know, despite all that, SK Telecom still ahead in gold for the moment anyway. Still ahead in turrets, still ahead in dragons. Second one is coming up now, though. So we'll see if SKT wants to fight over it. Looks like everybody's ultimates are back up, except for Hachani's.
That's a pretty important one.
It is. Dragon being taken. There comes the teleport. Looks like Duke's going to join from the top. Someday tries to join from the top of the fight himself. Score caught out. SKT grabs the first fight. Lissandra, big ult from Faker, and that's going to be 2 more coming in, though, from KT. Someday just really doing work. There's a kill into Faker. Ult's back. He's on to Wolf now. This Echo is looking nearly unstoppable. Duke in the backline starting to do whatever he can on the Poppy. Gets the kill onto Arrow, but Someday claims another one on Chani. There's a triple kill. Gets the quadra kill, and that's an ace for KT.
This is disgusting. I mean, Someday ulted right back on top of Wolf, too, to get some more damage down as he got low, found Faker. And we saw SK Telecom trying to open up that fight. Now watch this. So what they see Score right here, and Score never has a chance to react. Pull cocoon into W. He can't even get his ultimate down. Great pick to start up this fight. But then they start fighting in this choke point right here. Arrow gets a lot of damage down with the boss bomb and the rockets as they're coming in. Someday the hero though. Now watch this. Right back on top of Wolf. Yes, Wolf is ulting, still takes some of that damage, gets his health back, chases Wolf down as the ult is going to fall away. And then he's got everything he needs just to move back onto Duke. Duke manages to take out Arrow in the interim, but that's a quadra for an Echo that started this game 1, 2, and 6.
I mean, the issue here, too, is that Duke was in the front lines when he really needed to be in the back lines protecting Bang. There was nothing at all in that fight stopping Someday from coming in and just destroying Bang. Looks like we're going to have another fight already. Score gets caught again. Faker thinking of coming over the wall. Kindred all used. Looks like it's going to be the Sivir to go down first, though. And Duke just trying to hold off Someday and the rest of KT.
Oh my God.
Someday's just going nuts here, man. That's another kill. Poppy gets one. He gets like one per fight, but who cares? Because KT is just wrecking SK Telecom.
And this is the problem they're going to face as the game goes on. This is
think
why
so, yeah.
Nidalee, Kindred, and Graves are just better than Elise right now. If you can survive the burst. Now, they're doing the right thing. Score is the one who's fed, remember? And they're trying to burst him down with the chain CC so that he cannot ult, because that is a core part of what KT wants to do with this composition. But they don't kill him that time. The Lamb's Respite goes down, and just the nuts damage coming out of Someday is crushing them. They're not going to be able to do a Baron at this point in the game, but they're going to get a couple more turrets for this and really open up a large gold lead.
So they go from 1,000 gold down to 4,000 up. Let's watch this fight again.
Yeah, unfortunately, they can't keep the CC chain rolling on the Score right there, so he does get the ultimate down. Blank trying to get that assassination, but Score just skips away. Someday here on the flank again. You can see Faker trying to splash out of those barrels, gets the E, but Someday with the red buff, Burn, is going to end Faker's life. Fly.
Well, Faker ulted Someday in that fight, too. I mean, they did everything they could to stop this Echo, but I don't think there's any stopping this Echo now, man. He's 2,000 gold ahead of Duke.
2.5.
Yeah, 6, 2, and 8. Just
Well,
insane. Top Echo's pretty strong.
I mean, we've seen Echo first picked on either the red or the blue side in every single game between our two series tonight.
True.
And certainly Smet did a good job on it the other day, but man, watching Duke and Someday play this champion is something else, and this champion is broken. There is nothing more to say about that. He should not be doing this amount of damage with just an Iceborne. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he's also just impossible to kill, so got that problem too. Now is an Abyssal Scepter. He has 11 stacks on his Dark Seal. Oh God.
Well, what can you do?
Well, I think you can get destroyed by Someday. I think that's what we're learning right now.
I think he can be happy in third place. I think that's what SK Telecom's looking at right now.
Yeah, that is an additional 33 AP.
I'm not used to this,
alone.
man. I'm not used to this like SKT losing thing.
Well, get used to it,
KT
Doa.
anyway. I don't know if I can.
Sorry. This is our reality now.
I guess so. Well, if it's watching Someday play Echo, I'm fine with that reality.
It's a really exciting champion to watch. It's just, he's never been balanced. That's the problem. He's either really overwhelming or cannot be played at all.
Right. Oh, goodbye, baby dragon. You're dead now.
Beaten by a baseball bat from the Baron pit.
Yes.
Club it right back into that egg, Doa.
Welcome to baby dragon. Well, SKT is going to have some pretty incredible team fighting to have any chance of winning this one, but it's like we talked about before the game even began. You know, Bang needs to get close to do damage, and Someday can just get onto him and just destroy him. And there's nothing that SKT can really do to stop him. Very little, anyway.
KT looked just so prepared for these matches tonight. I mean, the way they played around the Karma in game number 1, and the way they pivoted into the mid-GP, despite Fly never having played it this season, to avoid taking cleanse and to keep the teleport and to be able to match Lissandra, I think is such a good read from KT on the meta. Really, really like it.
Fly's GP ults have been good. Hasn't survived long in many fights. And there's a Baron now from KT.
Nobody
just a
expects
two-man.
the two-man Baron.
I don't think so. Look at this, Fly fighting Faker just to keep him distracted.
They have no idea this is going on.
Nope. I think they're aware. Yeah, they're not reacting at all. And that's just going to be a free Baron for KT Rolster unless Blank comes up and steals it. Blank trying to get there. It's Blank or nothing, man. He's got to steal this Baron if they want to have any chance. Can repel in. Goes in early, though. Gets killed off. Wolf there a little bit early, too. Bang trying to back away. Faker will ult Arrow. Arrow takes about half his health in damage. Score has to jump out of the pit to escape. There's one kill for Fly, though, and KT already ahead in this fight. It's just Duke and Wolf now, and Duke just jumping on top of Arrow. And so they get one, but KT with another relatively easy-looking team fight win here.
It's basically all SKT could do after they discovered that Baron going down late. They had to all in right there. They're already so far behind me. We've seen so much action in this game. 31 kills in 27 minutes.
Yeah.
And right here.
Oh, Blank knew he had to do something.
He had to do his best.
Yeah.
That's all he could do. The rest of his team was late to discover it. So there's not much. Arrow's going to get ulted right here, take a lot of damage from Faker. Faker has to go back. Now watch it, Chani. He's just soloing Bang right now. There's a hit from the barrels Fly there. But Chani on the side is super tanky as a result of using that ultimate and is able to zone out the AD carry with the help of the GP, harassing Bang on the back line. And this is looking like it's almost certainly going to be the first win KT has in a best of series over SKT since the end of 2014.
Yeah. And doing it in style, too. It's been a good series, but KT is just looking a little bit more prepared today.
I think someday should build Medjai's. He's already got 11 stacks.
Why not, man? Yeah.
Exactly. Why not?
As soon as he does, he's going to die. He knows it. That's just how these things work.
I mean, it's 1,000 gold, but you come in with 11 stacks onto it, so...
True.
Efficient.
Yeah. It would be.
He's so close to getting that movement speed bonus, too, which would be insane for him to have in combination with the Iceborne and his passive. I want to see it, Doa.
Well, I've got a feeling we might. He just hasn't needed to go back for a while. He's like, yeah, I'm doing enough damage. This KT, not really engaging. Let's see how much KT can push us with the Baron buff. Not a lot at the moment. They've done a good amount of damage to the turret. It's still waiting for that opportunity. Meanwhile, Someday up in top lane, split pushing to his heart's content.
Well, nobody can stop him right now, so
Nope.
Why not?
Duke's gonna try.
I'm actually playing pretty respectfully against that Poppy. It's like they want to take this tier 2. They're going to play it methodically. They know what this game means.
Yeah, there's no reason to try to rush. There's no reason to be overly aggressive with this. Just play it out, play methodically, get the win, and probably secure second place.
Get Medjai's Soul Stealer on Sunday as a 6th item. Come on!
He's recalling now. We'll see if he does it.
I really want it, Noah.
I can tell. You want it almost as much as I want a
Yes!
Dust Blade of Drakthar. He did get it. There's a Medjai's for Someday as KT takes their second dragon.
That's actually really good right now. That's 55 AP that he has on that item, so... And if he gets one more kill, he will have a 10% movement speed bonus.
Wow.
Which is absolutely huge for the way that Echo's been playing.
Right. Well, nobody's going to get away from him now. I mean, not like they were already, but now nobody's really going to ever get away from him, I guess.
One kill. Come on, Someday.
Even Rammus couldn't powerball his way out of that one.
Yeah, you can see Duke, too. He had to get the QSS. You don't have a choice. Like, as a top laner, you must get that item against a Trundle, even if it's support. Because he's going to steal 20% of your defensive stats immediately, and then 20% over 4 seconds. And the gold value of those defensive stats is worth more than the 1,300 gold that it costs you to get the QSS.
Yep.
So it is absolutely necessary. I was watching the EU LCS playoffs this week, and I was like, why aren't they building QSS on their top laner, even against the support Trundle? You need it. You must have it.
Duke knows, but it's doubtful whether or not it's going to make a difference in the long term against the entire team. Leave that Trundle. Oh, packaging back.
Well, that's all you need, because the other option is you have no front line anymore. SKT would not have a tank.
It's not as good of an option.
No, it's really bad.
Now that second dragon stack for KT now is helpful as well, in that they can burn down these turrets with poke a little bit more effectively.
They have a not great, but okay siege composition.
Could be worse.
Yes, could definitely be worse. No Baron buff anymore, so it will be harder to crack this base.
And when are we going to see the fight? Score walks in for another auto. Baron up in a minute 45 now.
1 kill. Or 2 assists. Then we get the super fast echo.
Whoa, that's big damage onto Wolf. Turret goes down. And SKT has to back off. Bang taking some already. Someday, this is about half his health, but they zone well enough that they should be able to take this inhibitor. Yep, they will. Faker just going bottom to farm. Just going bottom to push that minion wave back.
Somebody want to kill that?
Oh, okay, there we go. All right. All right. The gentlemen's leave the inhibitor at 10 health strategy. It's like, oh, we'll be back for later.
It's the minion's job to kill it.
Yeah. All the lanes, except for bottom, push pretty heavily in KT's favor. Baron up in a minute now.
Somebody doesn't need that ground. He needs to recall so they can control vision and have another Baron fight. He's a little greedy. He does get pushed off, so he can't recall in the fastest manner possible.
Yep.
Faker with a distortion enchantment just for the maximum uptime, and has to make sure he has that flash to reposition himself. But Score is the QSS now. Maybe a bit of a mistake that Arrow does not have a QSS currently. I think that's a little bit greedy, trying to go for the Infinity Edge. You have plenty of damage already from GP and Kindred, so just your job is to stay alive, Corky.
I mean, do you think it's just prioritizing doing more with the poke potentially?
No, it's you should have a QSS instead of an Infinity Edge completed right now. Damage is definitely not KT Rolster's problem, but a bad Lissandra ult where he gets bursted down 100 to 0, and especially if he gets caught with like an Elise cocoon too, could actually lose this game for KT.
It's a bigger problem.
I think it's rather important. Important problem to consider.
Yep. Wolf chased away. Baron is up right now. Next dragon coming soon too. KT playing this one pretty safely from here on out, but it looks like they're ready to.
Johnny has a Hex Drinker.
Oh wow! Nice, I like it.
Well, he's been doing
Why
a good
not,
job
man?
of standing next to Bang and autoing him.
Yeah. SKT, they look a little bit trapped here. Timewinder used Fly coming in from the side. SK Telecom bottled up in the river. And they're going to just push SKT back. KT turning around onto the Baron now. Thought maybe they wanted to fight there, but not really, it looks like. Oh, that's a big barrel. Man, what an engage from KT. GP ult dropped already. Wolf completely caught out. Faker tries to get in, ults himself. Can SKT turn it around? Bang getting some good autos in, gets the Trundle. Someday gets taken down. Bang may be able to turn this one. Fly dueling with Faker. Faker, Zonia's Blank trying to finish him off. Doesn't quite get it. Kills coming in for Poppy, though. That's a double for Fly. And now it's all about Fly and Score.
Wow.
What a close fight.
Faker,
what a close game.
Faker's flash ultimate on himself was so crucial to that engagement. Now Someday has to salvagize. There's no fooling around with it anymore. Lost too many stacks off of that death. But take a look at this. Yeah, great. It was a great start to this fight for KT Rolster. But then Fly here is going to go a little bit too deep. Faker has a huge W and ultimate to lock up 3 people. And look how much damage they take in that back line. Because Faker is zoning, everybody's slowed. They're in ricochet range. So Bang's crit ricochets are bouncing around back there, just chunking the crap out of the members of KT.
Duke's been killing Arrow all game, and he does it again now. Fly nearly goes down to Faker.
Wow, that was... If Faker doesn't hit 4 people with that ultimate, and with his W, like, the fight's over.
Yeah.
But manages to make good work in the Faker Bang combination. 2 of the highest damage per minute players in this league make it work again, and they prevent KT, even with this substantial gold deficit, and starting the fight at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, they were 11,000 gold down, I'm pretty sure, when that fight started.
Hero play onto the squishy backline of KT.
SK Telecom can do that. They're still behind. Still unlikely they're going to take the win, but it's fights like that that show you that these are definitely the world champions right now.
It's impressive play. And KT, they played well around the vision. They should have engaged right there, absolutely, going in. But now that Faker's flash is down, he can't do that again. But the distortion enchantment is going to mean a speedier uptime on that, so a smart buy. And KT can't really do this Baron right now. You have to respect the fact that if you get into that Baron pit and Faker somehow gets in there again and ults himself, well, there are a lot more Ricochet crits with your name on it heading into that pit via Bang.
That's right.
Now everybody's buying Maw, Fly, Maw, Arrow. Already had that X-Ranger. Okay, Hachani's done literally trolling now. He sold his X-Ranger. I think KT has decided that they may have made some itemization mistakes.
It was okay. They've got the lead. They're going for this Baron now. Another two-man Baron from Score and Someday. SK Telecom just has no idea this is going up. There's no vision. I mean, they can't know. They just wonder where KT is. Now they know. Baron goes down. Yep.
Good interception there from Hachani with the pillar onto three members of SKT, so a free Baron.
Look at this. Look at the CS lead for Bang. 406 to 281 on Arrow. You don't see a lead like that very often. Not that it matters a whole lot.
Well, I mean, SKT's been doing the right thing. They've been feeding him all of the farm and all of the lanes because they know he's the one that has to kill everybody on KT basically by himself. Yep. Everyone there is just a zoning tool for Bang to unleash ridiculous ricochet damage.
It's the idea. Turns around with the Cocoon as he gets chased out of his own jungle. KT with all the map pressure in the world right now. 7-2 is the turret lead. It's pretty significant.
Yeah, it is, but now that we're in 6-item territory, may not be quite as impactful. Now, Hachani has bought a QSS because Faker has been ulting him with more frequency.
Someday has a Zhonya's.
Arrow also has the QSS. Someday has a Zhonya's. These are better items for how SK Telecom is playing. Getting that even a little bit more armor onto the Echo. And the great thing about Zhonya's on Echo is it allows your Shadow to catch up so you can ult for damage whilst you're healing. Sure. It buys you basically, it gives you that 2-second window, so that's nice.
Inhibitor getting very low. KT, despite that lead, playing it safe. Can't let themselves get caught like they did in the last fight.
See, they're playing really cautiously.
Yeah.
Nice barrel denial though. SKT.
Oh,
They take some hope.
Threatening to come in. Wow, Someday jumps right onto Duke for a little bit of damage, just pushing people back enough to kill that inhibitor.
At this point in the game, KT can just continue extending it until Fifth Dragon if they want to. Oh, whoa, that's a barrel.
No kidding, those barrels are doing work now. Wolf goes in for the engage, takes a lot of damage in response, so gotta be careful. They get the turret, Wolf pops his ultimate, Faker goes in, gets 3 people with the ultimate. Duke finds Hachani on the side. Bang getting some damage done. Faker trying to get away. KT turning an arrow so low, though, gets out with the summoner heal. Oh boy, these fights, you would never believe the gold lead is the way it is. Watching these fights.
SKT, this is the way they've been playing League of Legends all season. Faker on Lissandra, Faker on a utility champion, and just opening up these fights for Bang to go absolutely wild on people. And with Sivir in her current state, and just the ridiculous amount of damage you can do on that champion, it does work, even with this huge, huge lead that KT has. So they can't even take a second inhibitor. It's not going to be any problem clearing the super minion waves, really. So KT, it's going to be a long game as long as nobody makes another crucial mistake. KT, they just need to fight around Dragon now, I guess, and try and get perhaps a 3rd Baron and actually, you know what? KT's probably going to have to get 5th Dragon and another Baron.
I mean, that with already a 13,000 gold lead.
I mean, that's how they beat Rocks. They did that. 5 Dragons and a Baron buff at the same time.
Yep.
Game number 3.
It's possible. Man, if you took away the gold and just showed me those team fights, I would have thought that it would be much, much more even than it is.
Well, everybody has 6 items, so
That's part of it too, of course.
somewhat understandable. Blake with the Sightstone. Really prioritizing. I mean, I think he just really knows he needs to be able to see that Baron, considering KT has snuck a couple of them now.
Right. Baker grabs some blue and recalls. Wants to defend that inhibitor. Can they do it though?
It's like Fly is going to be building a GA as his 6th item. Really just wants to be able to tank some more damage and revive if absolutely necessary. Look at those crits from the Ricochet. Yeah, pulling through the minion line, chunking Hachani out a little bit. Keep minion wave in the top side. So they're going to play around this minion wave. Somebody from SKT does need to go deal with that. And smart play here from KT Rolster for the Dragon. Push in the lanes, minions there they have to deal with. Top lane wave, great side wave control. So KT can get this in the dust.
Easy 4th dragon for KT Rolster, and that's crucial. Again, that puts him, 1 dragon away from having that big 5 dragon buff. And like we talked about, to get through SK Telecom, it looks like they're probably going to need 5 dragons and a Baron.
All right, GA now done for Fly. That's going to be a big pickup. Wonder what Hachani's going to be going as his final item here.
Mercurial Scimitar.
Chain armor.
Yeah.
I mean, Duke's in Mercurial Scimitar territory, and this is where it really sucks to play against a support Trundle, because you'd much rather use that slot for something better right now, but you basically are forced to go Mercurial.
Do you think maybe Randos?
For Hachani? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Might work out. KT pushing ahead, trying to get to that inhibitor in the bot lane.
Push continues, but KT's not going to. The way they should not overcommit to this.
Okay, well, teleport canceled. Yeah, I was going to say, Duke goes in onto Someday, though. There's a knockup. Can they actually kill him off? He's getting low. Zonia's just to stay safe. Duke into the back lines. Arrow has to go out of there. Faker also doesn't really catch anybody, though. Score getting a lot of damage done. Someday has to flee the fight, and SK Telecom trying to turn this one around. Could be close. Score is low, but Fly and Arrow getting a lot of work done, and now the kills coming in. Bang picks up the first one, but there's 2 for KT. Bang taken down by Arrow. This is going to be the end of the game, and this is going to be the end of the series. KT Rolster will 2-0 SK Telecoms, all but locking up 2nd place in Champion Spring.
What
GG.
a great series of games, so close. Either of these games could have gone either way. SK Telecom put up a valiant last stand, but KT right there, they had the GAs. Someday used that Zonia's because SK Telecom knew they had to force that fight. Because essentially the way the rest of that game plays out is that KT sits there, they poke at that inhibitor until it dies, and then they just go and get 5th dragon, another Baron. And you're definitely not winning then, so you might as well try and make that engage. Someday commits to it as SKT threatens the flank, and then he got a great ultimate into the middle of the fight because he already had that Zonia's Hourglass to allow his Shadow to catch up, flashes back over the wall, recalls, and then comes back in to finish off the game.
Man, that series was about as tense as it gets there.
Great series.
That is like the closest, 15,000 gold lead fights I've ever seen.
KT playing well together, and Someday going off big time in that last game to help propel his team to victory.
And that is the first time, again, that KT Rolster has beaten SK Telecom in a best of series since 2014.
Yeah, huge win for them. But Bang, he played his heart out that game. He did 43,000 damage to champions. The next closest was Gangplank, who did about 32,000. So that is a testament to how SK Telecom plays and how close SKT was to really winning that game.
Yeah.
Both of those games, this could have easily been a 2-0 for SKT as well. Easily.
Oh, definitely. There were a lot of moments where it was like 50 health, 100 health was the difference between one side winning a fight or the other taking it.
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome best of 3. In the end, it's a 2-0, and in the end, Someday gets the MVP for Game 2. That was some pretty epic Echo play.
Also, Echo is OP.
Yeah. And that might be part of it too. So Someday jumps up to 1,000 MVP points. He's got a way to catch, ways to go to catch Smeb. But still, pretty respectable. Let's just watch him work.
Watch the magic of the Echo.
Yep.
Got 11 stacks on that Dark Seal before he had to unfortunately sell it. I was sad, Noah, but he made the right choice.
Yep. Wanted to win the game. And so.
And this fight here was so crucial. I mean, his identification of Faker as the main target, coming back onto Wolf, avoiding the pulverize there with the speed boost, and then killing Wolf right after his ultimate ends, only to turn around and take out Duke as well for the Quadra. Really was the thing that opened this game up for KT.
That's right. And so with that, KT moves to 12-5, SKT to 11-6. KT though plus 14 game score, and SKT down to plus 9. So, time for an interview, and Andy will be translating again.
Thank you guys for a lovely casting. Let's now talk to MVPs of today's match, Score and Someday. So KT wins the Telecom War tonight. Round of welcome for these players. Hello, Score. Hello. Congrats. You finally took a series from SKT. How do you feel? Well, first of all, I'm just very glad about the result. I'm happy to give this to the fans so that fans can be happy for rooting for us. So the curse that you guys had in KT was that you guys didn't have a successful spring season. So what's the atmosphere within the team about your successful spring? Well, in the beginning, we were just kind of incredulous of what was going on. Now we just, yeah, we're good, you know. You know, there's an algorithm for matches that KT takes, and it starts with whether Score is well fed or not. Are you aware of this? And Score's like, yeah, I know. Well, it's, you know, jungle carry meta, so I know this is supposed to happen. So, game 1 was carry jungler versus carry top laners. How did you feel going against a really super well-fed Duke? Well, I wasn't really scared of Duke. I was like, Echo's so broken. I'm sad that I can't use Echo for jungle. And in the second set, KT, you guys were very strong. You pushed through even after Echo fell down. Like, what was the reasoning behind your bold decision? So it's like, I can't really remember a lot. We just tried hard. So congrats for your second place in spring season. Message to fans. I'm just glad about the result, but I want to stay focused for next week and advance to finals. Fighting! A round of applause for Score, please. And let's say hi to Someday. Congrats, Someday. You won the Telecom War. How do you feel? Well, personally, I just practiced really hard for this. And I'm glad it was reflected on my play tonight. So ever since 2015, you just kept losing to SKT. Within the team, what was the atmosphere like? Well, the company was upset. All the players were upset. But we can't really express that openly because it can add extra pressure. So, like, this win is really great and big for us. Moreover, now you are locked in for second place in spring season. How do you feel? Well, the spring season is over, but the playoffs start now, and that's what matters. And you want to keep this momentum and just create a great result in the end. You know, Score just mentioned that Echo's super OP and is broken, and you played that in the second game. So how do you feel about this champion? It is so OP, but
yes,
you just gotta play it well as well. So yeah, how you play, that's what matters. You know, in second game, you went for Magi Soul Stealer and then you sold it in the middle. So what happened? Well, I was trying to utilize our laning phase, but I only had like 1501 left. So I was like running short of gold, so I'm like I had to make a decision on what to do, so I ended up selling Magi Soul Stealer. You know what? You still have one series left against Kwangdu Monsters. So what's your mindset going into this game? Well, I'm really grateful for my teammates, and I just want to ask them to keep this momentum. Thank you so much. So again, congrats for KT. And now back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Andy. Great job. And so there you go. KT 2-0's SK Telecom. How's it feel, Monty?
I was very impressed that KT showed up tonight. I just love the fact that we had a great series.
It was awesome. It was a 2-0, but it was one of the closest 2-0s we've seen in a while, for sure. And Africa Freaks getting the 2-1 win over Longzhu. They would have preferred a 2-0, but then they picked Kazakhs.
I don't like it when
they
play LeBlanc either. I think that's been one of their big problems as a team, is capitalizing on LeBlanc out of lane. I think they're better with other picks, but you know what? They get the win. Their playoff hopes are still alive.
Sure enough. And KT Rolster, their hopes of second place are all but assured now with a 2-0 win over SK Telecom. Obviously, the matches against Spenu and Kongdu could change that, but probably not. And so, like we just talked about, KT in second place very solidly now at 14-9. And unless KT gets like 2-0'd by Kongdu and SK Telecom 2-0 Spenu.
And basically right now too, we do know that Jin Air might be able to move up depending on what happens to SK Telecom. Obviously, Jin Air has 2 more matches to play, and with the already +7 differential, there could be some tie scenario there, or perhaps a Jin, but they have to beat Rock. So
SKT could even end in 4th. Weirdly enough, it's possible. It's going to be a very, very interesting rest of the week. Tomorrow night, Rocks Tigers versus Jin Air Green Wings, Kongdu Monster versus Samsung. It's going to be in a different location, going to Chunju.
The Chunju Gymnasium.
That's right. So it's going to be exciting. And then on Friday, Africa Freaks versus CJ Entis and SK Telecom versus Spenu Sonic Boom.
Must wins really for both Africa and SKT.
Definitely.
And Spenu did 2-0 Longzhu, which obviously is not the same thing as 2-0ing SK Telecom, but they've been really sneaky with their strategies recently, so you have to be careful.
And the last day of the regular season, KT Rolster looking to lock up second place with a win over Kongdu Monster, and then Jin Air Green Wings versus Longzhu. Depending on what happens on Thursday and Friday, that match could be huge.
Yeah, it could be. Jin Air still technically has a shot at third place, but depends on how they do versus Rocks.
Sure enough. So there you go. An exciting end of the week for the regular season here on Champion Spring. And that means we get to look forward to playoffs, too, coming up soon. This has been one of the best seasons of Champions we've ever had.
It's been awesome.
Yeah. I mean, we've got, Spenu and Kongdu down at the bottom, but everybody else is pretty good.
They had to be sacrificed in order to make this season as awesome as it was.
I guess so. We kind of Space Jam sucked all the skill that was there out of him. Thanks for watching, guys. Going to be more Champions, of course, tomorrow coming at you from Chunju instead of Seoul, so that'll be interesting, won't it? Come back and watch then. It's been a great set of matches tonight. A lot more to come. Well, not so much more to come, but a decent amount more to come this year to close out the regular season. KT versus SKT, the Telecom War just gets more epic every single time. Can't wait for the next time. See you then.